Today's live stream is sponsored by FS Academy. If you want to get started with the most realistic tutorial series and missions for flight sim, you can choose from FS Academy's various products, all available to purchase from multiple websites, including our friends at Orbex and Contrail. The FS Academy add-ons, created by our real airline captain, are designed to help you get started confidently, stepping up your skills with VFR flight or IFR navigation. Their latest product, Navigator, has you navigating cross-country using real techniques, touring the landscape and mirroring a real navigational course. It comes complete with a full ground school manual and 11 tutorial missions which give you the crucial skills needed before setting off on a multi-leg bus trip across wonderful Scotland to put it all into practice. So check the link in the description and go take a look at the FS Academy website today. Good afternoon everybody. Look how busy it is. It's Midsummer Madness on VATSIM, an annual event that's hosted by VATSIM UK with some incredible controllers, all actually sat in the same room within a conference centre somewhere in Birmingham as well. So really exciting, really looking forward to today. First time in a couple of years we've been able to take part in the event, so we're really excited. We're going to get straight into getting our clearance because it's super busy and there's ground delays of 20 minutes. You can see the queues up Echo Sierra there. It's huge. One of VATSIM UK's biggest events. So I hope you're looking forward to it. Hit like. And of course, if you're new, welcome on board. Make sure you hit the subscribe button throughout today's live stream too. FS Academy, by the way, is 30% off until the 12th on Just Flight's website and also the MSFS marketplace. It was 123925, I think. 121925. So that's delivery. And we need ground 1218, which is that one. 121925. And it's information Lima. Oh, it's a controller change. 1030 for the QNH. I've got my pen and paper out here. Information Lima. 1030 QNH. We're expecting the ADMEX 1 mic departure. Actually, I think so, yeah. That's where they were last year, I think. So events like this, if you're new to VATSIM, I would not recommend taking part in it because it's full on, really full on. So you've got to be pretty quick on the radio and know exactly what they mean. Let's just get the music off for a second.
For confirmation is that we're going to route to ADMEX and then after that flight plan route on Jet 3. That's it, son. That's great. Also,
oh dear.
No transition level on the 8th. Do you have that information on Jet 3?
It's because it's 6,000 on the charts.
Transition is 8,000 feet. So flight runway 0.
Delivery, good afternoon, Osprey 165. Information Lima, stands 77, request IFR clearance to Mykonos, please, Boeing 737.
Station call time, please.
Osprey 165.
Osprey 165, clear to Mykonos file, I've maximum mic departure. Runway 33, initial climb 6,000 feet, squawk 5663.
Cleared to Mykonos, ADMEX 1 mic departure, runway 33, initial climb 6,000 feet, squawk 5663, Osprey 165.
Osprey 165, all correct. There's going to be about a 25-minute delay before I can pass you.
Yeah, Roger, we're fully ready whenever we can get the place in the queue, Osprey 165.
No problem, thanks for your patience.
Very good afternoon, Ascot 2205
Okay.
and Airbus 320 at stand 40.
It is like Oshkosh, isn't it? The song? Thomas Skardelberg, Counting the Hours.
Good afternoon. ADMEX 1 mic departure, runway 33, initial climb 6,000 feet, squawk 7014.
So because we've got a long delay, what we've done, we can prep the aeroplane, FS actions, we can close the door, clear the ground stairs. Ground power is active at the moment. We want it to stay active, that's important, but we can release the stairs. So we will hold that screen there, and we can pop down here to 5663. So he knows that we're fully ready. So 5663 is our squawk, ADMEX 1 mic, and flight level 350, initial climb 6,000. So our V speeds today, we're quite heavy. V2 plus 10's 152 knots there. So all we've got to do really is start the APU, but we've got maybe 20 minutes or so to go to that. We'll listen to the sequencing of the cues with the ATC before we start the APU, because otherwise we're basically just sat on stand burning fuel the whole time. And look how busy it is. We can go around the airfield and have a little look-see while we're here. Lots of channel members in the live chats. Automator, happy Saturday. Thank you very much. What on earth is that? There's an very broken AIG model there.
Thank you for your patience. Once again, just bear with us. We are actually stacking inbounds at the minute, so we can get quite a bit of fuel away on that.
Your readability 5, no worries. Look at that. Super busy. Got a couple of Osprey flying along. You can see a couple of Osprey tails down there. There's 2 in the cul-de-sac. And 1 on the far end, I think on Yankee as well. Lee's sat on stand 22. Been sat on the ground for about half hour. It's very busy. We've got the Mako Simulations Birmingham Airport scenery installed for this today. And we're off to 29 Palms, Mykonos. Even queuing to come in. Very tough day for the controllers today, indeed. One reason why I wanted to do the event is to give you guys, for those of you who might not be used to VATSIM, for example, it gives you an opportunity to kind of get into it, listen to everything that is discussed by the controller and the pilots, and you can hear multiple clearances, multiple readbacks, and all that whilst we wait for our departure today. We're off to Mykonos, which is quite a long way away. It's about 3 hour 30-minute flight time. But these events really do make VATSIM come alive. There's a touchdown there from Aer Lingus. Spicy Ninja, I've been loving the 737 tutorials, very useful, no worries, thank you very much. Great to hear some positive feedback for those, of course. In the live chat we've got Mikael, Badger, MPS Gaming, Gav, Joey Goofy, Craig, Lazarus, Matrek, David A, Mikael, David Bartley, Ashley, hello folks, Liam, all channel members getting shout outs, Neil as well, hello, Jay, good morning, Doctor on board, good morning as well, Neil, Justin, Jim and Automator, welcome folks.
Okay, I've got 5, 5, 6, number.
Call sign today is Osprey 165. It's our channel call sign, and yeah, I'll try and turn ATC up. It's the controller's a little quiet on my end as well, actually.
Your route is invalid. You need to refile with the ADMEX 1 mic departure.
How's that?
Runway 33.
Hopefully that's a tad bit better. While we're here, we will have a look at the routing for today as well. That's Mykonos. So, we're down here on Victor. We're most likely to get push start facing south, and we'll taxi Victor, Delta, Echo, Sierra to hold at Sierra 1 down the bottom here for runway 33. Nice long runway, infamous bump here at Birmingham as well around the middle, which makes it interesting for videos in real life. And there's the stands, we're at stand 77 up here. After takeoff, runway 33, we're going to depart heading 326 degrees to between 1,500 and 6,000 feet. Then we're going to commit to a right turn up to 102 degrees to BBE21. Max 220 knots there, up to 6,000 feet. BBE20, max 250, so a little acceleration there in that 6 mile stint. And then holding off over Coventry Airport at the RNAV waypoint ADMEX, holding 6,000 feet. From there, our routing is going to take us south towards London Heathrow, over RAF Benson, which is just there where the pinpoint is, and then we're going to pass pretty much directly over London Heathrow, which is going to be quite cool. So we might get a really nice view of that as we pass overhead on the Quebec 70 Airway. Over Biggin Hill, the VOR, over to Dover, and then we're going to head over Belgian airspace, routing over Brussels, into German airspace over Stuttgart, and then over Innsbruck as well throughout our journey today. Down the Adriatic coast, passing over Split and Ljubljana. Bit of Albanian airspace, then into Greek airspace, across through central Greece, overhead Athens, descending down into Mykonos. And at the moment we're expecting runway 34 into Mykonos. And we know from previous streams that the wind is very unpredictable, and thus we might get some interesting behaviour with the aeroplane. Wind shear is a very, very common factor at Mykonos. David's going to join us out of southern France with a late start. You'll avoid the traffic for sure. That little aeroplane there, that GA PA, or the little Cessna that's on Echo, just basically connected at the hold point, which is something you do not do in an event. And then he's called up tower for permission to take off flying VFR. He's been passed back to delivery effectively.
Going to be at least 15-20 minutes before we get any movement at all.
Wow, so now they've got a ground hold on clearance for 15 to 20 minutes. Jim says you should all try the awesome merch, especially the navy cap. It's awesome. Good to hear. David's 44 minutes on APU. Wowzers, that's mad. Big American Dreamliner there. No idea what that 747's meant to be, but it's hideous, isn't it? European Air Charter down there as well. A couple of Ospreys, which is good. Absolute madness. There are prizes up for grabs for this today. So throughout the event today and tomorrow, if you fly into Birmingham or out of Birmingham during this Midsummer Madness event, then there are potential prizes like PMDG account credit and all that sort of thing that's available. Which is also why it's such a popular routing today. Mykonos looking a bit wild today, Rab says, with the METAR showing 350 degrees at 26 knots, gusting 36 knots. Awesome! That's going to be great fun. Mykonos is tricky. The beauty of it when you're flying in on an Airbus A320 is the throttle is managed for you. It's organised chaos, Neil. That's probably how I'd describe it. But yeah, events like this, if you're brand new to VATSIM, I do not recommend joining because there's a lot of pressure to get it right and be quick on the radio. Freighter in Oz, there's no set confirmed release date or anything for the 737-800 at the moment from PMDG, but they are targeting towards the end of August as an estimate. Every time we've flown into Mykonos, it's been properly crazy weather. John Papa, hello. So we've done our best to prepare our aeroplane. We've told the controller we're fully ready after we've got our clearance. So we've got all of our FMS all set, ready to go. All we need to do is get the APU fired up on pushback. We've also got the door closed and all the ground equipment removed. There we are. It's noisy. Birmingham is alive, folks.
Birmingham delivery gate Monarch 5630, information Lima type A300-600, Sun 55 Charlie, requesting IFR to call for the file.
Here we are, Osprey T, our 737.
Monarch 5630.
Monarch 5630, you need to refile your flight plan with the ADMEX 1 Mike departure. Give me a call back.
ADMEX 1 Mike, we're refiled, Monarch 5630.
Aaron says, when I fly on MSFS, I only see default MSFS aircraft. How do you get it like this? So this is a lot of model matching files from AIG, which also have a VMR attached to it. So it's all running alongside a whole load of other stuff, which feed the data in from VATSIM to make people's call signs, like the EasyJet and the TUI Sunwing there, all display correctly, depending on their call signs. All the screenshots will go on to Volanta today. There's no point us starting the APU yet, really. I might actually call the external AC unit out as well, actually. That's probably not a bad idea. And we can just release both of those at the same time. Park brakes on anyway. What other things can we do in our checklist to help us out here?
Monarch 5630 should be okay now.
Monarch 5630, yeah, fine.
So we've worked through this. Window heat on. Left half fuel pump isn't on at the moment. Look how heavy we are. 12 tons of fuel, folks. So we can pop the left fuel pump on ready. The APU will not be started yet. So this section we will leave off for a couple of minutes. Packs on auto, isolation valve open. We skip that little section. We've set the FMC and been cleared. We've set our altimeter and our transponder. Takeoff data set, cruise altitude pressure panel and landing altitude pressure panel all set. The MTP set. Departure briefed and checked. We've done that.
30 on 13 minutes.
And flight directors are on. So apart from the APU now, we are ready for engine start. Anthony, hello to you, welcome. Will I be getting Just Flight FS traffic? Yeah, I'm hoping if it's almost ready, we might be able to preview it, experiment with it, and maybe create a VMR to make it work with VATSIM nicely. John, VATSIM is an online community network, basically, where we all try to replicate real-world procedures, and we do the proper ATC comms as well. So we all fly the correct procedures, we say the right stuff, and basically try and fly as accurately as possible as if we are real pilots. David said it was 50 minutes since he was sent to ground. Oh, good grief. I feel like we should have chose Bergen for a route instead.
Last station, repeat message.
The Tomjet Field Hotel,
What's choking us here is the sheer amount of arrivals flying in.
Tomjet a hotel, that.
Do we have a look on Volanta? That's the ground situation at the moment here at Birmingham. Properly busy. And then we can zoom out and we can see this huge myriad of aircraft all being just vectored around Birmingham airspace. It looks like a right mess. But the sheer number of aircraft being put into different stacks, different holds, is creating this delay on the ground because we've only got one runway here at Birmingham. Three arrivals for each departure going, Gav. That's incredible. And the problem is, it's not going to calm itself down either. It will keep building. I've actually fueled enough fuel on board today's flight to allow for 30 minutes of taxi time with both engines switched on. So that's the sort of level of delay that we're kind of expecting today. Carl, are you saying the sim's too unstable? What sort of things are you experiencing? Because I personally haven't had too many problems. 1 for 1 now, Gav. Okay, so they're speeding up the flow. That's good. Make sure we've got our packs on.
Delivery, Speedbird 944. Could I have a radio check, please?
Supply duct.
Speedbird 944, reading 555.
Hey, thanks. Birmingham delivery, Speedbird 944, A320 Neo, with Mike and 42 Romeo, requesting clearance to Edinburgh, please.
Birmingham
does need a second runway.
Down 44, clear to Edinburgh, Raphael. The Luton 1 might departure at runway 33. Initial altitude 6,000 feet, squawk 0372.
I think we can probably push and start, or expect to push and start facing south down here. But again, I don't want to prep toolbar pushback just yet.
Speedbird 944, all correct. No, it's going to be about a 35 minutes in a day before it passes to ground.
Understood.
Birmingham delivery, Ryanair 663, stand 85 with information at Mike on board. Enough clearance over to Dublin, please.
Rab, that's not actually a bad shout at all.
Initial altitude 6,000 feet, squawk 1447.
Not a bad shout at all. Does anybody know which engine you've got to... If you're going to taxi on one engine, which engine do you use in the 737? Does anyone know? That engine's far too loud. Let's get back in the plane. I think because we've got inbound coming in this way, we'll probably push start facing south, which is sort of... Well, actually it's not even south, is it? It's... kind of southwest. Off blocks time supposed to be 1/4 which was 6 minutes ago. So they know we're incurring a delay. Number 2. Actually, that's a good point. So looking at the overhead panel, thinking about a single engine taxi for number 2, we'll need Gen 2 online. William, it probably would, but traditionally it's always held at Birmingham. That's the thing, and it's always record-breaking levels of traffic as well. Simon, good afternoon. Just purchased Pyre Devco's Belfast that we enjoyed yesterday in a pre-release preview stream. As you're saying there, Simon, it's a masterpiece. Glad you're enjoying it. grab, yeah, well, it depends. A lot of single engine taxi back in, but some companies, like British Airways for example, will taxi out on both engines. It's an insane level of traffic, Wally, yeah. Anthony, it's a Midsummer madness. And there are prizes from PMDG and a few other partners up for grabs, which is why it's so busy. Freighter and Oz, hopefully it's the good stuff. Wowzers, that's somebody getting vectored overhead, I think, according to that shadow. Yeah, somebody all the way up there. We can't quite see them, but there's a shadow that's just gone over us. Somebody being vectored right overhead. Breadmaster, you have to comply with the event details, basically. It's all on the community.vatsim.net forums, I think, for VATSIM UK. Dave at home, hello. David's off now, wowzers, and that was with a 40-minute ground delay. The problem with the VFR folks, like this guy down here, there should be a Cessna on Echo probably still as well. No, he's given up. They have got the least amount of priority because IFR traffic takes priority over VFR. So if you're connecting to an event like this in your VFR traffic, you've pretty much got no hope at all of being able to make it work and getting your clearance and things. David's in the cul-de-sac somewhere, I believe. There he is. Osprey 71 Alpha Golf, I believe.
Hello, EG297, how do you do?
It's 3.5 hours, Shaquille.
EG297. Already 5-2.
There goes a beeline, Brussels Airlines. Ethan, hello. What's your call sign? Because I might see if I can tinker the model matching slightly with you. Holy Christ. Martin, I'm not sure actually. So the queues aren't that busy down there now. So I'd like to think we might be able to get a bit of movement going here, because most of the stands are full.
Ryanair 560.
There's another Osprey.
To Vienna.
Cargolux, interesting. So the Cargolux livery on AIG is broken then.
Ryanair 560, can you refile your flight plan with the ADMEX 1 Mike departure next runway, please?
Oh, very nice.
You said Adam 1 Mike, we can do that.
ADMEX 1 Mike, yeah.
Roger, stand by.
Don't get the hotel. You've got an estimate on how long we can expect?
Tomjet 38 hotel, hopefully within the next 10 to 15 minutes. We're working really hard to clear as much as we've got.
Oh, Dave, ouch. Hopefully nothing too severe.
Sequence it all.
Yeah, no worries, appreciate it, doing a great job, Project CSS.
And Ryanair 560, hopefully that new clear, we've refound, hopefully that works.
Ryanair 560, Roger, you ready for clearance?
Yep, already copy Ryanair 560.
Pop that on.
560, better generous filed.
That's off.
Initial climb 6,000 feet, walk 70.
Yeah, the 600 seems super small compared, doesn't it? It makes the 700 look quite a long aeroplane. What else could I potentially prep here?
Ryanair 560, all correct, now 35-minute wait for us to pass the ground.
Well then, just add us to the queue now, we'll be ready in 35 minutes.
Delivery, how many minutes? Pull up the cargo 127.
Last station, call time, please.
Lufthansa cargo 127.
Lufthansa cargo 127, we're off to release very, very shortly, sir. Thanks for your patience.
And for Ryanair 560, can you just confirm for me that I'm in the queue to push and start? I know it's very busy around here.
Ryanair 560, yes, you are in the queue.
Roger, thanks.
Someone's had a 9-hour real-life flight in the 777 yesterday, missed being able to go outside. Very nice.
Delivery good afternoon, British Russian speedbird 908, radio check, 1-1 display 9825.
Last station, Regis 3/5.
How do you know? Speedbird 908?
Speedbird 908, Regis 4/5, dot second.
Okay, Speedbird 908, about A319, information Mykonos 1030, requesting first instance to Venice.
Speedbird 908, I don't have a plan file, flight plan file for you.
See, the thing with these events are, you have no idea how long you'll be waiting until you're handed over to ground. So we're on delivery at the moment.
Edinburgh delivery, g'day.
To push and start,
Mike, received November.
we've got to actually then change to ground and tell ground that we're fully ready for push start.
Station, we are not releasing any VFR traffic at present.
There you go. So if you're VFR, you're not flying in the event because it's too busy. So we were talking about earlier on about priorities and the way the priority system works. IFR takes priority
in the note, sorry.
over VFR.
There is VFR traffic.
We won't be doing any more VA traffic today. We're far too busy, and we won't be doing circuits anyway. I'm sorry about that.
All right, mate. Have a good one.
And the receiver 908, the flight on is not fired.
Speedbird 908, have you clearance?
Say again, please?
Speedbird 908, I have you clearance.
Yes, go ahead.
Speedbird 908, collecting Vanessa file, Luton 1, Mike departure, runway 33. Initial climb 6,000 feet, squawk 3531.
Confirm squawk 3534, Speedbird 908.
3531 to squawk.
Take flight to Inverness, runway 33, move on 1 Mike departure. Initial climb 6,000 feet, squawking 3531, Speedbird 908.
Speedbird 908, all correct. Pass you to ground, but it's going to be about a 40-minute wait now.
Say again the duration of the delay.
40-minute wait.
It'll be a 40-minute wait before I can pass you to ground.
Okay, 40 minutes, thank you.
And Ryanair 663, we're going to step out for 10 minutes, but we'll be ready for push when we get back.
That's no problem. Just get your call sign again, please.
Ryanair 663.
No problem. Lufthansa Cargo 127, contact the ground now 121.8.
What was my clearance in queue with the Lufthansa?
Birmingham, clearance delivery, good afternoon. Osprey 4707 with you on stand number 7 with information Mike.
Wowzers, he's loud.
Clearance for Mykonos.
Last station call sign only.
Osprey 4707.
It's an Osprey. Whoop whoop. Automator says, like some of the larger events that aren't across the pond or across the land, they're starting to have slots that you need to reserve. They did it for Transcon event last month in the States, and that works quite well actually.
Osprey 4707, plate to Mykonos, filed ADMEX 1, Mike departure, runway 33. Initial climb, initial climb 6,000 feet, squawk 5622.
Just a veteran, that's great to hear. Glad it's all clicking for you.
Cleared to Mykonos via ADMEX 1, Mike departure. Initial climb is 6,000 feet.
Information November now. It's winds 290 at 5. QNH is still, it's 1029 now.
707, all correct. It'll be about 40-minute wait before I can...
Andrew, no. You know what? For this event, I haven't actually put in my flight plan that I'm streaming. Because I don't want to be treated any differently.
Last station, someone got the reason to repeat that, please.
Easy 297.
Easy 297, stand by. Easy 297, ready for clearance.
Ready for clearance, Easy 297.
Easy 297, plate to Gatwick is filed. ADMEX 1, Mike departure, runway 33.
David, sounds pretty fun.
Altitude 6,000 feet, squawk 5260.
Let's set the new QNH 1029 while we're here.
Clear to Gatwick on U33.
Keep everything in date, ready to go with it. Richard, welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing. Captain William as well, a couple of minutes back. Thank you. Welcome on board, folks.
Correct. It'll be about 40-minute wait now before it's in passenger ground.
It will be Information Zulu at this rate. Mental Catboy, Bristol.
Last station, stand by. Thompson 786, contact the ground now, 121.8, call sign only. Thompson 786, contact the ground now, 121.8, call sign only. Ryanair 204 Yankee, contact the ground now, 121.8, call sign only.
Contacting ground on 121.8 for Ryanair 204 Yankee.
Easy 2422, contact the ground now, 121.8, call sign only.
Lots of handovers.
Is the 2422 contact the ground?
Lufthansa 312, contact the ground now, 121.8, call sign only.
Ground 121.8, Lufthansa 312, thank you for your service and have a good day.
Easy 419, contact the ground, 121.8, call sign only.
Crikey. You see, I don't know what our position in the queue was.
419, contact the ground now, 121.8, call sign only.
I thought he said number 8.
Speedword 313, contact the ground now.
That was about 8 now, isn't it?
Call sign only. Speedword 313, contact the ground now, 121.8, call sign only.
Speedbird 315.
FM 315, thank you.
Come on, Osprey.
Yeah, Speedbird 315, contact the ground, 121.8.
Contact ground 121.8, bye-bye.
Sunjet 786, what number are we for passing to ground?
Sunjet 786, you're out playing next on the list.
What?
Roger, thanks.
Sunjet 786, contact the ground now, 121.8, call sign only.
Of course, and only 1218, thanks for service, Sunjet 786.
Bravo Victor X-ray 165, contact the ground now, 121
Hey.
decimal, 121 decimal 8, it's all fine only.
Course on E, ground 121.8 for Osprey 165. Thanks, enjoy the event.
EG854 Birmingham ground, good afternoon.
Tomjet 786.
Tomjet 786 Birmingham ground, good afternoon.
Osprey 165.
Osprey 165 Birmingham ground, good afternoon.
118. There's an Osprey taxiing in. Ah, he's getting obstructed by the Asobo blob.
Birmingham, go ahead. EG854, is your tug connected and ready to go? EG854, thank you. Push and start approved. Caution, company A320.
APU start.
76, QNH 1029.
Let's just get things prepped, folks, for the pushback. We get the tug all ready to go.
QNH 1029, EG854.
KLM 794, ready for taxi to gate. We are at taxiway Alpha.
KLM 7 on a Foxtrot Birmingham ground, good afternoon. Break 702 Papa, straight ahead Tango, stand 60, good afternoon.
Straight ahead Tango 60.
That'll do.
702 Papa, thank you.
Shuttle 262 left Tango, Tango 4.
Watching the APU far up at the moment. Packs are on auto. Let's clear the air conditioning unit. And then we'll clear the ground power unit in a second as well. So we'll run on APU for a little while. We've got extra fuel to account for that too.
KLM 97 Fox Birmingham ground, good afternoon, hold Alpha 6.
So transfer power across to the APU now. Got about a minute before we bleed the APU.
422, roger, hold position, company traffic pushing stand 56.
Oh yeah. Zoom zoom. Another Osprey.
Eurowings 435 tower, call
Fabulous.
sign only 1183, good afternoon.
1183 is our next call sign, so let's get that tuned in. There's always trying to be one step ahead, and if you think about who you need to speak to next.
EG854 request taxi. EG854 taxi straight ahead Victor Delta. Sorry, Victor left onto Delta, please. Hold
183.
Delta 7. Victor left Delta holding Delta 7, EG854.
Ground power, let's release.
EG422 following company traffic of Victor left Delta hold Delta.
Let's remove the chocks.
Shuttle 262 continues straight ahead Tango right Victor stand 76, good afternoon. Tango 6 to stand 76, Shuttle 262, good afternoon. KLM 79 Foxtrot, turn left Tango.
Crikey, that is off he goes. Is that I've waited long enough? I'm off. Fantastic. Busy, busy. Churning out the departures now. So they're basically just creating a new queue. We're going to have a look at the checklist just once more. So APUs bleed after a minute. It's around a minute now. Everything else is set now, except for so fuel pumps are on. Packs need to go off next for the engine start. We're going to push a start on one engine, so we're going to use engine 2 only. That's all set. So we just have to wait. It's all we can do at the moment. We're in another queue, basically.
Ground allow Eurowings 3 whiskey vacated 33.
Eurowings 3 whiskey Birmingham ground, good afternoon. Hold Alpha 6.
Hold Alpha 6, Eurowings 3.
EG854 continue Delta Echo Sierra hold Sierra 133. Taken board EG854. EG854 continue Delta Echo Sierra hold Sierra 133. Delta Echo Sierra hold Sierra 133 EG854. Easy 2422, stand for you. Continue Delta Echo Sierra, hold Sierra 133. KLM 79 Foxtrot, continue Tango, right Victor, stand 75, good afternoon. KLM 97 Foxtrot, not a problem. Tango Victor, stand 75.
Tango right Victor, stand 75, scale 7 and Foxtrot, thank you.
Easy 854, Tower 1183, call sign only, goodbye.
Actually, exactly, we're professionals at this.
1134, easy
Doc, I think, was asking what's the longest ground delay that I've had. On the ground, this is the longest ground delay I've had now, by quite a bit. In real life, 30 minutes at Heathrow.
Stage 2 call signs at the same time, I believe Tomjet 38 Hotel. 38 Hotel, good afternoon. Break, second call sign, pass your message.
Alfie, no idea. Absolutely no idea.
I've got 2205 Birmingham ground, good afternoon.
Oh, David. Simsung.
Turn left Tango, hold Tango 4.
Left on Tango 4, wings to
German Air Cargo 127, Birmingham ground. Lufthansa 1, apologies, Lufthansa 127, stand 24, push and start approved, QNH 1029.
Okay, so we're about 5 behind that guy, I think.
Ryanair 240 Yankee, Birmingham ground.
4.
Ryanair 204 Yankee.
Ryanair 240 Yankee, stand 14, push and start approved, QNH 1029.
Push and start approved, QNH 1029 for Ryanair 204 Yankee.
Hello, ground is Ryanair 585 Juliet.
Apple whammy. No idea what that was. There was 2 at once.
2 stations.
12, 421.
Bravo Victor X-ray 585 Birmingham ground. Good afternoon. Break Ryanair 528 Juliet. Taxi Alpha. Hold Alpha 6.
Alpha and hold Alpha 6 for Ryanair 528 Juliet.
Oh, Shaquille, I'd love it. Yeah, absolutely. But I just don't have. Sadly, I don't have the money for it. David nearly made the runway. What caused it to hang? Do you know?
Zero Wings 3 Whiskey, turn right uniform, stand 82, good afternoon.
That's fine, that's all set. Just having a cursory glance around the flight deck to make sure that we're all fine. We've been in the sim now for an hour already.
You too, bye-bye.
On the ground.
Lufthansa 312, Birmingham ground.
Lufthansa 312, go ahead.
So 312, thank you. Sorry, I just lost you. I was trying to find you.
Rozzers. I heard somebody kicking off about the queue. Probably Ryanair.
315, Birmingham ground. 315, push and start approved. QNH 1029.
So our pushback is all prepped. All we've got to do is basically connect the tug and away we go. What's the flight time? 3 hours 30. Tapsy, hello, welcome. Tapsy's one of our fleet painters, folks. Created the 737 livery.
Lufthansa Cargo 127, straight ahead, Yankee Echo Sierra, hold Sierra 133.
Yeah, significantly, Shaquille. Almost double. And then they wonder why there's an issue with pilot shortages. Unless you've got 120 grand or you want to have a loan and debt for the next 20 years, you can't really afford to do it. Unless you're rich.
The Ryanair 204 Yankee, how long do you need?
We're ready to go for 204 Yankee. Please be advised we get numbers for Charlie and Echo.
204 Yankee, roger. Would you like to take the Charlie intersection if you've got the configuration for it?
Charlie would be great for 204 Yankee.
Right, 204 Yankee, roger, taxi straight ahead, Charlie, hold Charlie 1.
Straight ahead, Charlie, hold Charlie 1 for Ryanair 204 Yankee.
Ryanair 671, hello, stand 1 please.
Ryanair 671, Birmingham ground, good afternoon.
Yikes. Let's see what's going on up here.
The Santa 312 after the Ryanair 320, unusual, has passed you from right to left, stand 41, which is unapproved, 1029.
Oh, look at that.
After the Ryanair passes right to left, push and start approved, and QNH 1029er, Lufthansa 312.
Madness.
Birmingham ground, EasyJet 172.
I guess this is a bit more like real life, this, isn't it? Everybody's sat on the plane waiting to go because the bags aren't quite yet loaded. Oh, there's a bit of a floater there from him.
Good morning, good afternoon, should say taxi hold Alpha 6, break Ryanair 28
Big float.
Left Tango, hold Tango 4.
Left Tango hold Tango 4 for Ryanair 528 Juliet.
That's him there.
The Santa Cargo 127 tower, call sign only 1183, bye-bye.
1183, we'll go to Cargo 17, bye.
Easy 854, apologies, tower 1183, call sign only, bye-bye.
Birmingham ground, Easy 172.
Easy 172.
Elliot, longest flight in real life, 14 hours.
Easy 172, Birmingham ground, good afternoon. Ryanair 204 Yankee Tower, call sign
Oh,
only
Andrew, that would be fantastic, wouldn't it? I'd absolutely love to be able to do that one day.
Easy 854, Birmingham ground.
Easy 854. Does anyone remember what the last call sign was prior to our pushback? I don't know what this BA is doing, he's just sat there. Little KLM off there.
Tomjet 786, Birmingham ground.
Ooh, it might have been the Tomjet.
Tomjet 786.
Tomjet 786, thank you. Just double checking where you are. I'll get that speedbird out of the way and we can get you going. Speedbird 315, how long do you need?
That'll be him.
Speedbird 315, just confirm. Was that saying you were ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Lufthansa 958 on Alpha.
Well, Grayson, thanks.
Lufthansa 958, Birmingham ground, good afternoon. Hold Alpha 5, Alpha 6, apologies.
Hold Alpha 6, 958.
Ground, Lufthansa 312, ready for taxi.
Lufthansa 312, thank you. Whiskey, left Delta, Echo, Sierra, hold Sierra 133.
Oh, Anthony, don't. I hope not. I hope not.
Whiskey,
I should have made an executive decision with a shorter leg.
And hold Sierra 133, Lufthansa 312.
Lufthansa 312, negative. Whiskey, left onto Delta, Echo, Sierra, hold Sierra 133.
Apologies, Whiskey, Delta.
Lots of you watching. Great to have loads of you with us today. If you haven't tried VATSIM yet, or you're getting used to VATSIM, what are your thoughts on this event so far? Is it too busy, or is it something that you feel like you might be ready to sort of throw yourself into and give it a go? Let us know in the live chat.
5630. Monarch 5630, Birmingham ground, good afternoon. Sun Express 2 Juliet Bravo, Birmingham ground, good afternoon. Break speedbird 1315, taxi straight ahead, Victor left Delta, hold Delta 5.
That's the speedbird that was in our way. Oh God, Neil. I don't want to jinx it.
Tomjet 786. After that speedbird has passed you on your right hand side, stand 57 right, push and start approved. QNH 102.
So that's him.
After the speedbird's moved, push and start approved, QNH 1029, Tomjet 786.
Ryanair Ryanair 528 Juliet holding Tango 4.
With you.
2 call signs at the same time. Break Ryanair 528 Juliet, straight ahead Tango, stand 80. Good afternoon.
Straight Tango and stand 80 for Ryanair 528 Juliet, thanks.
Second call sign calling up. Say again, call sign only.
Super 944.
Jesus, what's he doing? It's the levitating 737.
944, good afternoon. The Lufthansa 4 Juliet Romeo turn light Tango Tango 4.
Steve, yeah, like you're saying there, once you get going, it's all good fun. While you're sitting on stand, it gets a bit tedious.
Sorry, the Lufthansa 4 Juliet, that's me being blind and very tired. Sorry, it's turn left Tango Tango 4.
But the controllers are doing a really difficult task. They're doing a mammoth task. I think so, Anthony. Hopefully he doesn't take too long to push.
Lufthansa 312 tower, call sign only.
Neil, black.
3, bye-bye.
You said yesterday, always black.
Tower, call sign only 1183. Thank you for the service and have a good day.
Like an elephant. I rarely forget these things. Yeah, events like this are where Navigraph is an absolute must.
Subject 3 Hotel, you are number 1, 2, 3 in the queue.
Thank you.
Apologies, Tom, just out to make that number 2. I've forgot to cross someone off my list. You're number 2, stand by.
I think, David, yeah, next year they could probably do with a slot system.
Ryanair 2 at Juliet, you blew past stand 80, but no problem. Take stand 60, good afternoon.
Thank you, stand 60, thanks for the service and travel great day, Ryanair 528 Juliet.
I'd say ground, Shaquille. I like grounds. Just push back and taxi. Hand them off to tower. You've got delivery doing all your clearance.
Ryanair 663, Birmingham ground. Good afternoon.
Tower would be good, but it'd be exceptionally busy. But then I guess you're in the middle of the sandwich, so as long as if you're tower, if Birmingham radar have done a top job and they've got the flow just right, and ground's doing a top job and getting the flow just right on the ground, tower's job's probably quite easy as well. And it's down to the pilots being good.
Tomjet 38 Hotel, Birmingham ground, stand for 1 right, push and start approved, QNH 102 Diner. Push start approved, stand for right, Tomjet 38.
Okay, we're 77.
Tomjet 786, how long do you need, sir?
I've been there about 2 minutes, Tomjet 786.
786, roger.
Anthony, so a slot system, some of the bigger events, like Cross the Pond, you have to log into the network onto a booking system. And there are a set number of slots which you can pre-book. So each pilot can get a slot. Once they're all taken, then there's no more slots available. So if you don't have a slot, the idea is you won't really be able to fly. So a slot system will make sure you have an allocated time for your pushback and departure, and then the controllers try and work to make sure the flow stays nice and accurate.
Tomjet 786 ready for taxi.
Tomjet 786, thanks. Straight ahead, Victor left Delta, Echo Sierra.
Neil, chipping away.
133.
Victor Delta Echo Sierra.
Are we next?
Sierra 133 for Tomjet 786.
Bravo Victor X-ray 165, Birmingham ground.
Pass message, Osprey 165, go ahead.
Osprey 165, thank you. Keep forgetting the call sign there. After the Tomjet 737-800 Max has passed you from your left-hand side, stand 77, push and start approved, QNH 1029er.
After the Tomjet behind push start approved, stand 77, QNH 1029, Osprey 165, thanks.
Seabird 315, tower call sign only 1183, bye-bye.
Menu, FS actions, just make sure the chocks are removed, they are, and everything else is gone.
Lufthansa 4 Juliet Romeo, turn right, uniform stand 82, good afternoon.
Right uniform for stand 82, Lufthansa 4 Juliet Romeo, thanks, good afternoon.
He's just moving clear.
9058, turn right, uniform stand 84.
The aircraft's going to get lifted. Let's get the anti-collision lights switched on here.
We are cleared for start and push.
Packs off.
Okay, cleared for push start. Please release
parking brake. That's the ground, I'm also very tired of that. Could you say again the
Heartbreak off.
Very low cruise altitude today, I see.
From stand 82, should be coming up on your left.
Migs, thank you, buddy.
Stand 82, yes, thank you. That's 4 Juliet Romeo.
So ignition mode, ground engine 2. We'll taxi out in one engine. First time in the jet doing that. Night Shadow, hello. Just the one. Just the one. It's taken us 1 hour to get clearance and pushback. Crazy. Possibly another 20 minutes to go. So an absolute marathon of an event for us to take part in today. There's a Fly UK. Virtual Airways, so Virtual Airline livery there. FlyUK.aero, great virtual airline. And a Lufthansa.
Okay, pushback completed. Please set your parking brake. Parking brake set.
Okay, that's engine 2 all fired up. We're going to set flap 5.
Ground, you may disconnect. Okay, sir, clear to disconnect. Pin has been removed. See you at the side. Have a good flight. Holding position waiting for the visual. Thank you and goodbye.
Flight detectors are both on. LNAV, BNAV, auto throttle arms, although we might get an issue with the engine in a little while.
David 944, you are number 7 in the queue, so expecting 10-15 minutes, possibly longer.
Okay, thank you. Roger.
Ryanair 663, I will call you for push and start.
Access station valve settled, so we'll leave that for the time being. Make sure I get the taxi charts ready.
8 in the queue, so stand by.
Ryanair 663, roger.
Osprey 165, request taxi.
Osprey 169, straight ahead, Victor Delta Echo Sierra, hold Sierra 133.
Taxi Victor Delta Echo Sierra, hold Sierra 1 runway 33, Osprey 165. Brakes are off. Single engine taxi.
183, record 9, thanks very much, Tomjet 786.
Osprey 585, Birmingham ground.
Osprey 585, pass message.
Osprey 585.
It's auto thrust reset there, so don't let me forget, folks. A/T, write that on my notes. Important, we set our engine properly in a little while.
After the company 737 push
Victor Delta Elta.
QNH 1029 at Osprey 585. Thanks.
Two stations at the same time there, Tomjet 38 Hotel. Were you saying you could take Echo 1?
And when we turn left in a minute onto Delta, we're going to see how busy the hold is on Sierra, what the queue is like for the departure, and then from there we'll decide when to start the engines.
Got 2205, Birmingham ground.
Got 225, go ahead.
After the Tomjet 737 has passed you from your left hand side, stand 40, push and start approved, QNH 1029.
Push and start approved, Tomjet's clear, I've got 2205.
Birmingham ground, afternoon, Channel 221. Channel 221, Birmingham ground, hello, hold, in fact, to left.
Okay, there's about 4 in the queue.
Sorry, to left Tango, hold Tango.
Clear right.
Left on Tango, hold Tango 4, Channel 221. Ryanair 560 here with you. Station calling, call sign only. Ryanair 560.
Isimo, hello, welcome. Hope you're okay. How many we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tails I can see.
Tomjet 3 up hotel after the Osprey 737 has passed you from left, sorry, right to left? Yep, right to left on
That'd be him.
Delta to left onto Delta, Echo 1, hold short, runway 33.
Okay, after the passing traffic, right to the left, so nice on Delta, Echo, hold Echo 1, runway 33, non-jet seat, hotel, thanks very much.
Okay, run 3471.
Ryanair 3471.
No flying for me at the moment, DC Mole.
Middle ground, hello, easy to 97.
Rather sadly.
Easy 297.
I'll get back to it soon.
Good afternoon.
Pop that on there. We'll keep this M1 rated about 40% M1 per hour taxi. There's another Osprey, good to see.
Osprey 4707, ready to push and start.
Night Shadow Tapsy painted it for us, part of our channel's sort of virtual airline, community airline.
4707 Birmingham ground, good afternoon. Osprey 165, tower, call sign only 1183, bye bye.
Tower call sign only 1183 for Osprey 165, thanks, enjoy.
Passing 1,000 feet.
Wowzers, look at the queue. Oh, madness. Ryan, 3 hours 30.
121.2025, thank you.
Easy 854 on frequency. Easy 854, go ahead. Easy 854, thank you, behind the landing, Ryanair. Via Sierra 1, line up and wait, runway 33 behind. Behind landing, traffic man and wait behind, Easy 854.
Tower, good day, Osprey 165.
Osprey 165, tower, hello.
Pointless starting the engine yet. Engine 1.
Nightfall 320, Birmingham, hello, can you approach?
Boink. That was a Ryanair landing. See, look at that. Toolbar pushback stuck on. Interesting. So let's kill it. So if you're getting problems with frames and that's memory leaking, you can click the cog and just disable it. Turn it off. Much easier. Peekaboo. How'd he get there? Echo 1? Cheeky.
Ryanair 2490 vacated.
Very cheeky.
Easy 854, service winds 3108, nice runway 33, clear takeoff. Cover takeoff, runway 33, easy 854. Ryanair 2490. Thank you. Taxi Alpha 6, contact the ground, 121.8, bye-bye.
121.8 on Alpha 6, Ryanair 2490.
Down, taxi with one engine, engine 2.
Tower, don't get seat, hotel.
Don't get to your hotel, hello.
Neil, love it.
ET854, report your passing altitude.
So he's going to be handed off to another controller.
1,300, ET854. ET854, thank you. Climb and maintain 6,000 feet. Contact London, please. 121.025, bye.
121.025. 121.
6,000, contact London, 21025. Thank you, ET854. ET2422 on frequency.
So events like this, always get your next frequency ready. 121.025. That's him ready. Eddie, we're flying. Osprey Airways, our channel call sign. Actually, I think I need to turn the The speed of our drone camera up somewhat.
Midnight 12, start approved, QH 1029.
1029, start up, good midnight 12.
Oh, that'll do, 10.
Eiffel 320, welcome to Birmingham. Expedite right,
Crikey.
Bravo.
And have a Condor 497.
Condor
That'll do.
497, hello.
Yeah, that's probably as good as we're going to get it for the time being. Conscious that we are in a queue. My 4 engines. Oh, hello, there's another Osprey.
497, apologies, expecting
Epic.
very late landing clearance.
Copy, expecting late landing zones, and to make it life easier, we can try go guns blazing, vacating the Tango.
Condor 497, that would be great, good.
Look at the empennage there, the horizontal stabiliser tips to that, vibrating away with the engine. That's incredible.
Eiffel 320, you need to continue taxiing onto Bravo.
Oh, Tapsy's got progress
22, surface winds 3108 knots, runway 33.
with the livery, 737-600 retro livery, folks. Very exciting.
Eiffel 320, welcome to Birmingham, taxi Alpha 6, contact ground 121.8, bye-bye. 121.8,
Hoping we see an aeroplane in a second appear into view. We may or may not. But somebody's just got very late landing clearance. Well, I assume that is it. I think he touched down in the displaced threshold. Naughty. Let's keep moving. Brian, hello. Do I ever do GA VFR events? No, sadly not. It's so busy. And VFR can be quite faff. Grounds.
Clear land runway 33, Condor 497.
ED2422, reporting passing altitude.
Just watching engine 1 start up now.
2422, thank you. Climb and maintain 6,000 feet. Contact London 121.025. Bye bye.
What's that? Bondo. Very nice.
Centre cargo 127 via Sierra 1 line up and wait runway 33.
Oh, somebody's just disappeared. Oh, he's back.
Tower Logan's going to in 2533, 6 miles.
London Navy 2533, hello, continue approach.
Okay, that's engine 1 ready to go then.
Tower, good afternoon, Osprey 585.
Eddie, yeah, Mykonos, it's Arnav VOR approach, but the very final element of it is hand flown. There's usually significant amounts of wind shear to contend with as well.
Condor 497, you're a star, thank you. Hold Tango 1 and contact the ground 121.8. Bye bye, break.
Okay, that's engine 1 started.
Cargo 127, surface winds off 3108 knots, runway 33, clear for takeoff.
Gent 1. Lovely stuff, that's done. Let's go. Pax auto, isolation valve closed.
And yeah, 121.8, Condor 497.
APU off. Elevator trim set, we've done the controls. Engine instruments need to be checked in a second as well. We will just hold position here. Well, actually, we'll roll on idle. We'll make sure both the engine and one's kind of a pretty solid and stable here with each other. And our VNAV is all both armed. And now we can arm the auto throttle. And we can do a warning recall.
Surface winds are 3108 knots, runway 33, clear to land.
33, clear to land, going in 25.
So now what we've got to do is our pre-departure checks. Engines both stable, reading the same. Fuel flow's looking pretty similar as well. And actually, our tanks are balanced. Very nice. Let's clear the bottom screen again. We'll do fuel flow reset rate.
German cargo 127.
These speeds are checked. MCP, nav data and radios are all set. We've got our London control set next 121025. We're tracking the Birmingham NDB anyway, just as a reference point for the airfield.
London please, 121.025, bye bye. Lufthansa 312 behind the landing Scandinavian, line up and wait runway 33 behind.
We're getting there, folks.
Wait runway 33 behind Lufthansa 312.
See what happens if I put that on TARA.
Tower, hello again, Midnight 5, request started.
Midnight 5,
I reckon Heathrow's mine. Although I grew up near Birmingham.
Hello, request started.
Oh, Midnight 5, apologies. Where are you?
It's 3 Ospreys.
And on Nathan, right next to Midnight 1.
There's a screenshot.
Yeah, roger, stand by.
Be interesting to see what the stats are of the departures.
Yeah, Midnight 5, can you squawk 5221 so I can see you, please?
Oh, 5221, sorry, Midnight 5.
That's 312, so between 3108 knots, runway 33, clear for takeoff.
33 clear for takeoff, Lufthansa 312.
This is why I love the Mako simulation scenery. Look how nice that looks.
6 contact ground 121.8, bye bye.
So realistic.
Ground 121.8, have fun.
Midnight 5, start approved, QNH 1029.
This is why we set enough fuel for 30 minutes on the ground, folks. Always at these events, if you are going to join a VATSIM event that's pretty busy, make sure you've got enough fuel to include the ground delay. Hot tip.
Walker 1092, expect late.
1092.
I'm going to flick the little VOR needle over here to the NDB, so ADF instead now, as the standby instrument. And we're ready to go. Number 3 in the queue.
8 miles on the RMP 33.
Walker 1092, surface winds 3108 knots, runway 33, clear to land. Monarch 23, Papa, continue. Break, Lufthansa 312, report your passing altitude.
Passing 1,800 feet, Lufthansa 312.
What have we got here?
312, thank you. Climb and maintain 6,000.
Beautiful views, look at this.
121.025, bye-bye.
Climb and maintain 6,000 feet, London on 121.025, bye-bye.
Speedbird 315 on frequency.
305, go ahead.
Yeah, Richard. Thank you.
MG King is asking whether or not all the buttons and switches and things are configurable and actually usable here. Yes, they are. They are indeed. Lots and lots. All of this is all simulated on board the aeroplane to a very good high level of accuracy as well.
Walker 1092, welcome to Birmingham, expedite right, Bravo.
Picketing, Walker.
Wait for the Speedbird to get line-up clearance. SM's watching the games, the Commonwealth Games at Birmingham on at the moment. Whilst following the stream here on the iPad. Fantastic. Eddie, it's not too late to join. Well, actually, it probably is too late to join us. We were on the ground for an hour before we got to this point.
I'm going around short.
Some significant delays. Let's go around. Let's see if we can spot them.
We're heading 3,000 feet.
Could that be him? No.
Papa, thanks.
There he is. Monarch, go around.
Birmingham Tower, East 172. Easy 172, Alpha, Birmingham Tower, hello.
Can't zoom any more, but there he is. Executing a missed approach.
And Midnight 5 ready for a taxi, ready for Foxtrot.
Midnight 5, taxi, Foxtrot 1 by Foxtrot.
Foxtrot, Foxtrot, Midnight 5.
Yeah, it's an hour and a half bad. It's not bad, it's awesome. It's to be fair, you expect it at these sort of events. you kind of expect to be on the ground for quite a bit of time. Yeah, and it's part of the enjoyment of it. And like we were joking earlier, like Night Shadow saying there, it's almost like the real delays in the US and the UK and across Europe at the moment with all the grand handling issues. He's got clearance to line up. Let's get the brakes off. We'll try and follow these in the queue. Oh, he's floating. Off he goes. Whee! The levitating Airbus. Hopefully this 7.3 gets a Jackie on. Freighter, welcome. Perhaps not. There he goes, now he's moving. How much fuel have we burnt on the ground? So far, 300 kilograms of fuel has been burnt. Migs, that's it, the A320 VTOL edition. Information Alpha, that sounds bizarre. Holland, welcome. Enjoying the stream so far.
4.5 miles.
Rab says toot your horn.
Fueling 5, Quebec Golf, hello, continue approach. Continue approach, running 5, Quebec Golf.
Now the Airbus has actually got a horn up here somewhere. Don't think this does though.
Fueling 5, Quebec Golf, service winds 3108 knots, runway 33.
Too far.
Still down runway 33, running 5 Quebec Golf.
Oh, I can't see any.
Speedbird 315, report passing altitude.
Passing altitude is 1,300.
Speedbird 315, thank you. Climb and maintain 6,000 feet. Contact London 121.025.
He looks very low.
Contact London 121.
Weird information. There are quite a few bugs with the Fenix still that they've not really done. There's a second aircraft on short final there. Look at that.
671, hello.
Kraken, yes, using Turtle Beach Velocity 1 flight. It's awesome.
Tomjet 38 Hotel on frequency. A farmer of 38 Hotel. Tomjet 38 Hotel. As you're blocking Sierra, behind the landing viewing via Echo 1, line up and wait runway 3 behind.
Okay, behind the landing traffic via Echo 1, line up and runway 3 behind.
That'd be that guy over there, which is really naughty because he shouldn't have lined up there.
Departing Sierra 1. Excellent, Easy 172. Easy 172, when you can, continue taxi in sequence to Sierra 1.
Andrew, no worries, buddy. Have a good day. There's the Dwelling.
Lufthansa 9 Lima X-ray, Lufthansa 9 Lima X-ray, hello, continue approach, expect late landing clearance. Then expectation, Lufthansa 9 Lima X-ray. Tomjet 38 Hotel, expect an immediate takeoff.
So now he's told that TUI that is lining up, expect immediate takeoff. So that is basically that telling him the second we tell you to depart, you've got to go. There's no delay or messing about. So he's under a bit of pressure now for an immediate takeoff, and it's important that if we do get an immediate takeoff clearance on VATSIM, it is immediate. It is, as he's given us the clearance, we are getting the engines stable and we are getting on the power. That's usually because there's other aircraft then behind.
Tomjet 38 Hotel, 6 winds, 3108 knots, runway 33, clear for immediate takeoff.
There you go, cleared immediate takeoff.
Tomjet 38 Hotel.
Fueling 5 Quebec Golf, welcome to Birmingham. Taxi Alpha 6, contact
Where we got here?
121.8, bye-bye.
4 Alpha 6, 121.8, thank you very much, fueling 5 Quebec Golf.
Walker 1092 on frequency.
Hello.
Zaggy, now this is a VATSIM event.
With you on final runway 33.
Runway 1069 Birmingham, hello, continue approach number 10.
Viewing number 2, runner 1069.
Odd and nice, where are you flying? Right, that 2 is rotating now. He's airborne. Off in the distance.
Delta 9, Lima X-ray, Survey Twins are 3108, nice runway 33, clear land.
Look at that for late landing clearance. Yeah, David, that was pretty immediate, wasn't it?
38, hotel report passing altitude.
Passing 1300 feet, subject 3 hotel.
Subject 38 hotel, thank you. Climb and maintain 6,000 feet. Contact London, 121.025, bye-bye.
Climb maintain 6,000, London 121.025, subject 3 hotel. Thank you.
Rogue bus. Good grief. MSFS doing its finest thing. Is there someone else on final? That's the question, because ideally the Tomjet in front of us can line up and then we're next in the queue. There is somebody on final. I can see them there. How much fuel have we burnt? Still about 300 estimated kilos.
Lufthansa 9, Lima X-ray, welcome to Birmingham, expedite right, Bravo.
There's the approaching aircraft there on TCAS. About 3 miles. See the Lufthansa there, the little diamond on the runway.
Good day, Monarch 5360.
105630, hello.
Oh, Anthony, yeah, they're doing an incredible job. Absolutely fantastic controllers.
Speedbird 944, hello. Ryanair 1069.
Look at the queue.
3108, knots runway 33, clear land.
Hey, it's all part of the fun, this event, the part of the queuing, the delays. It's amazing.
Alpha 6, contact the ground, 121.8, bye-bye.
Alpha 6, 121.8 for Lufthansa 9, Lima X-ray.
Midnight 12 on frequency.
Hey, firm, Midnight 12.
Midnight 12, hello. Behind the landing.
Integrity Farms, for that comment, you can get a rather severe report to YouTube. We don't comment on that sort of stuff in this channel. Kraken, good man. Yeah, the levitating does ruin it a little bit. Rab, yeah, I think I've made the troll disappear, but if you guys can still see the comment, please do report it. Wait for this Monarch to land. Hoping delivery.
Monarch 23, Papa 6 miles, I land runway 33.
Monarch 23, Papa Victor, hello, minimum approach, please, number 2.
Oh good, that means you guys can't see it.
Midnight 12.
You can't see it, don't worry, I've dealt with it. That's a good thing.
Okay, good.
Usual trolls. There's a Ryanair. Pascal Sheet, hello. Awesome. Oh, good guys. Thank you, guys. Nice one. That'll be a YouTube ban then for them. Can't say that sort of stuff without promoting it, if that makes sense, and therefore it deserves a rather serious report. Where is the next aeroplane? We need to line up.
Thank you.
Surprisingly, classical sheet music, no. Exactly, Migs. Janet, I can't repeat it, sadly, because of what was said. That'll be him? Oh, hold on, that's Foxtrot 1.
We'll try again behind the next landing, Monarch to line up runway 33, midnight 12.
They're down on the cargo side then. So that aircraft has just been given clearance to line up is over there, those private jets.
Aircraft calling Birmingham Tower, which call sign?
There's the tower over there. If you are tuning in, folks, at the moment, in real life at the moment, most of the controllers are actually in the same room together, and they're working shifts to provide ATC from 10Z to 19Z today and tomorrow for IFR traffic out of Birmingham, and they're all in the same, like it's like a basically a big conference room, and what it means is they're all in the same room together, liaising with one another and controlling all from the same place, so to try and replicate a real control sort of scenario, if you like. So they can all look over the desks with one another, and they can see the delivery guy can speak directly to the ground guy, and so on and so forth. So he's down. Hopefully now, I can't see anyone else there. Foxtrot's been told to line up. So if there is a big enough queue, then this guy might be able to line up as well. But we've been on the ground for 1 hour 30 minutes. And by this point, I was hoping to be over Brussels. Oh dear. Might ramp up.
Papa expedite, right Bravo.
Right Bravo, expedite, Mark 23 Papa.
Lufthansa 954, expect a very late landing clear.
That's a Lufthansa flight on final approach.
Midnight 1-2, surface winds are 3207 knots, runway 33, you are clear for takeoff.
32, clear takeoff, midnight 12.
1023 Papa, welcome to Birmingham, taxi Alpha 6, contact the ground, 121.8, bye-bye.
Where's this next one? Usually you start to see the lights, the landing lights appear in the distance.
1023 Papa, contact the ground, 121.8, bye-bye.
Perhaps this Scotland's like autumn already. 30 minutes extra fuel is looking a little optimistic at this point. I think, yeah, maybe we should have gone for an hour extra fuel, maybe. Imagine if we end up having not enough fuel, we can't get to Mykonos.
Midnight 5, you on frequency?
FM Midnight 5.
Lufthansa 954, surface winds 3207 knots, runway 33, clear climb.
Philip, awesome. Good evening to you.
Midnight 12, report passing altitude.
He'll end up on Unicom at some point, Anthony. So he's out the way.
Thank you. Climb and maintain 6,000 feet. Contact London 121.025.
11.7. Right, where's my sim brief stuff here? Minimum takeoff fuel 11,410. So we've got another 300 kilos before we are basically out of fuel.
Right behind the Lufthansa, expect immediate, minute 5.
And we'd have to go back to stand to refuel.
Camera 2, X-ray Hotel Birmingham Tower, hello, continue approach, want to depart.
Continue, Turkish Hotel.
Midnight 5, surface winds are 320 at 7 knots, runway 33.
391, 391, 386.
Good day, careful takeoff, minute 5.
Lufthansa 95 at Tango 1, contact the ground 121.8, bye-bye.
What's the situation on the approach? That's him.
Conjet 786, thank you, behind the landing, Shamrock on the 6 mile final.
That's him.
Line up and wait, runway 33 behind.
There he is.
Behind the
controllers are smashing it today, aren't they, folks? What a great job they're doing. And this is where VATSIM comes into its own, because the level of controller training, the folks that get more and more experienced as they go through
265, I believe you were calling me earlier.
Ground tower, approach controllers through to like London control have gone through tons and tons of sort of training scenarios and things like that on the VATSIM network to be as realistic as possible. And it really does show how great this network is at events like this. The other TUI is now landed at Mykonos, good grief.
Yeah, 6 chart 6265. You waiting for your pushback, sir?
Roger, request pushback.
Right, Chanex, Shamrock 2 X-ray Hotel.
Meant to cowboy, it'd be quite cool, wouldn't it?
7 knots runway 33, you are to take off. Clear to land.
Please be clear to land for Hotel.
Midnight 5, 40 Pascal altitude.
2,700 MSFS.
Lazarus, wind shear kind of is in at the moment. We've had it into Mykonos before, which is quite cool. It gets very hairy, but I know it's starting to model it nearer the time.
265, start approved, QNH is 1029.
Alternate airport MIGS is Athens.
Tunjet 786 behind the landing, Shamrock via Sierra 1, line up and wait runway 33 behind.
Behind the landing Shamrock, line up runway 33 behind, Tunjet 786.
Awesome. So now he's been cleared to line up. So now we're number 1 in the queue. So we will be quick with lining up to the whole point at Sierra 1. It'll kind of show the controllers that we're paying attention on his radar screen. He'll be like, right, okay, he's almost ready as well. He's paying a lot of attention to this.
Ryanair 560 in the queue.
Ryanair 560, hello. Right to X-ray Hotel, expedite right, Bravo.
Expedite to X-ray.
I'll break on.
Ryanair 347, point Echo 2.
Ryanair 347.
Pop them off now. I'm going to pop them on.
Target 786, between 3207, that's runway 33.
He's been cleared to take off, so now we're next.
Take off 33
There might be somebody on approach.
I'm right to X-ray Hotel, taxi Alpha 6, contact the ground 121.8, bye-bye.
MIGS, yeah, it's because we only had engine 2 started, so it basically deactivated itself.
Calling established, just a call sign.
There he is, there's somebody established there.
9665.
Digit 9665, Birmingham, hello, continue approach, 1 to depart.
Continue approach, 9665.
So, taxi lights are off, landing runway turn-off lights are on. We've only got the runway turn-off lights on at the moment. We'll leave those on and we'll switch landing lights on once we get clearance to sort of line up, with the POS lights going to strobe and steady at the time as well. We can do transponder TARA at the moment, that is already set, traffic is set on, and we're not going to bother with the clock. Runway's confirmed as runway 33 and we're doing the ADMEX 1 mic departure, which we've already briefed an hour and a half ago. We've got this guy.
9655 surface winds are 3207 knots, runway 33, clear to land.
Good for them on the 33, you did 9665.
Tomjet 786, point passing altitude.
1,900.
Information Alpha's just purchased Mako Sim Birmingham to fly the event. Awesome. What route are you doing?
6,000 feet,
121.025. We've got that set ready to go. That's our next frequency.
Osprey 165 on frequency.
Hey firm, Osprey 165.
Osprey 165, thank you. QB on the landing, new jet. Line up and wait runway 33 behind.
On the landing traffic, line up and wait runway 33 behind, Osprey 165. So, strobe lights now on, strobe and steady. Let's pop them on as well, it gives us one less thing to do. And then a final check of the overhead panel to make sure we're happy prior to our departure as well. Everything is set as we want it to, and we'll do one more warning recall. Let's pop the park brake off. Here he comes. Velux is on the ILS for Birmingham. Let's start the roll. Jet time, 737. Let's go to Mykonos, folks. An hour and a half later, and they're almost at our minimum takeoff fuel.
Jet 9665, expedite right when you can.
Sounds like we could potentially get an immediate takeoff clearance here, so I will pay attention for a few moments and stop talking.
hello, Shamrock 74 Bravo Romeo as established, 338 miles.
Shamrock 74 Bravo Romeo, tower, hello, continue approach.
Continue approach, 74 Bravo Romeo.
Osprey 165, surface winds 3207 knots, runway 33, clear takeoff.
Clear takeoff 33, Osprey 165.
Jet 9665, contact tax, correction, contact the
Go for a
ground,
higher
121
spool for engine stable.
121 decimal 8.
And then toga. Just to get moving. Help them out a bit.
Airspeed's alive.
Lovely stuff. Good say.
Positive rate of climb.
Gear up.
Picture 226, taxi Foxtrot 1 via Foxtrot.
Taxi Foxtrot 1.
Shamrock 74 Bravo Romeo, surface winds are...
We are airborne, folks. CMDA engage.
33 clear to land, Shamrock 74.
Auto brake off.
Osprey 165, report passing altitude.
Passing 1,500 feet, Osprey 165.
Osprey 165, thank you. Climb and maintain 6,000 feet. Contact London 121.025, bye-bye.
Fly maintain 6,000 feet and London 121.025, Osprey 165. Thanks, great job. Laps to 1. London, good afternoon, Osprey 165 is 2,600, climbing 6,000 feet, ADMEX 1, Mike departure.
Osprey 165, hello, climb flight level 120.
Climb flight level 120, Osprey 165, hello. So, flaps going up.
Can we hold just at the position now, 34?
Gear lever can come off. Engine start switches can come to the off position. Flaps retracted, no lights.
At the position now, we have traffic alert.
Shouldn't be a traffic TA there. You got traffic 1,000 feet below you?
Yes, we have a traffic earlier, yes.
Yep, so Rhino 3411, come to Birmingham radar 123.975, good morning.
123.975.
Question is, who's next? SC Centre, is it 1326? 1326.
Climb flight level 140.
140, Tomjet 786.
Synergy 781, speed 250 and up.
This is a guess. Always try and get the next frequency ready. Let's keep this altitude thing spinning around. Let's see if it levels off at 6. It shouldn't do. It is. To accelerate. Go altitude intervention. And we're through 6,000, so let's go to local pressure now as well. And that is our after departure checks complete, having checked the cabin pressurisation system. There we go. Happy days, that's pressurising normally. And as we go through 10,000, we'll turn the seatbelt signs off and the landing lights off too. Took an hour and 40 minutes. We're on our way. Crazy amounts of traffic at Birmingham. Fantastic event and great work by the controller team there as well. Where we go. Holding 250 until 10,000, then we'll start to accelerate further from that point. Still 43 on the ground. Good grief. Biggs, thanks buddy. Have a good day. Appreciate your support. Thanks for the super chat.
I'm just 786, climb flight level 190.
Level 190, can you get 786?
Seatbelt signs off.
I'm just 786, climb flight landing control 132.
Actually,
6. Good morning.
we could just leave that there. Tom jet's been handed off 1326, so it's a safe bet. That was a good guess. That sounds like we'll be next. Passing the ADMEX waypoint now, so we're on our way towards London Heathrow, which is part of our sort of transit route out
for now,
over
so
the
have
UK.
a great flight, and I'll check back in for the landing hopefully. Enjoy.
Cheers, Migs. Really appreciate the super chat. Coming up to 120 now, so we might get further climb, but we'll have to wait.
London Control, good afternoon, Osprey 585, passing 4,000 on the ADMEX 1 Mike departure.
Osprey 585, hello, climb flight level 140.
Climb flight level 140, Osprey 585.
Osprey 165, climb flight level 190.
Flight level 190, Osprey 165. We're giving the jet a lot to do today, folks. At Dover, we'll do a fuel check. So we'll compare the fuel loads on our Simbrief flight plan to make sure that our estimate fuel is roughly what we also have as well at the moment. Our fuel management, with that huge delay, is going to be quite key to us getting to Mykonos properly. At Dover, it says we should have 9.5 tonnes of fuel on board. I might do a check at Biggin actually. Well, it says Bents, it says Cowloo 10.1, that'll do. We'll check it there. Simulation Industry, welcome on board, thanks for subscribing. Stuart Lee, welcome on board as well. One of the things they're doing in this particular event is the pilot that flies the furthest during the event with a departure from Birmingham is in with a chance to win. I think it was PMDG credit, I can't remember which, but they outline on the community forum page for this event how much, basically what prize is allocated to which particular entry criteria. There's prizes for people that do the most approaches as well, the most flights to and from Birmingham throughout the journeys, throughout the event, across the 2 days. There's Cowley in 30 miles. At Cowley we want 10.1 tonnes of fuel. Look how tight this is going to be. A little bit worrying. A little bit worrying. We're going to have to keep a very good eye on this.
Doing 16 London Control, Roger, good morning. Descent flight level 170.
Sam, hello, welcome. Hope you're well. After London SC Centre, I think we will be handed off to Unicom for a bit.
Heading 145 degrees, right hand turns at 1.5 minute legs.
190, so we're going to level off again in a second.
145, right turn, 1.5 minute legs, energy
10.5, God, this is close. Keep the heading bug moving.
London Ascot 2205 with you passing 2000 for 6000.
Ascot 2205, hello, climb flight level 140.
140 Ascot 2205.
Astro 165, contact London Control 132.6, good morning.
Contact London 132.6, Osprey 165. Thanks, good job, good day.
Thank you.
Ryanair 8 Tango Papa, line up and wait 26 left.
Oh, yes, Ashley, good point. We'll let this pilot say his thing first.
Tango Papa, line up and wait 26 left.
If he responds quickly. London Control, good afternoon. Osprey 165, flight level 190, inbound Cowley. Check out target.
Sorry, Bob.
Well, kitchen duty. See you all later.
Okay, well, have a good day. Good grief, now everybody's trying to overtalk. I think
3 London Control, is that my permission to go there? I misunderstood your last communication, sorry.
Okay, several people, stand by, I'll call you. So, Skyways 407 London Control. Climb flight level, correction, descend flight level 150.
Alright, well while we're waiting, it looks like we're going to be within our speed. There's a TCAS alert and one there as well. The FMS is going to warn us because we've levelled up at 190, so it's wondering what we're going to be at. Fuel at Mykonos forecast to be 3.5.
Osprey 165, climb flight level 350.
Climb flight level 350, Osprey 165, thanks.
London Center, Ryanair 6 Yankee heading 170.
Ryanair 3457, descend flight level 160, level VATSIM. Ryanair 3457, descend flight level 160, level
I have pressed it. Let's press it again.
160, so it'll be a level by Pepper. Ryanair 6 Charlie Yankee with input heading 1705. That's our next flight going 24, thank you.
Shuttle 11 Alpha, turn left heading 240 degrees, clear Dallas approach 27 right. Left heading 240, clear for the ILS 27 right.
Rab, yes, flight level 350.
230, report your passing altitude.
Cowley, there's the wonderful London Heathrow there, passing overhead that.
Speedbird 838, surface wind 340 degrees 7 knots, 26 left, clear takeoff.
And he builds London Heathrow sceneries installed as well, very excited. We'll fly over that.
6 Charlie Yankee with you heading 170.
10.4 at Cowley, so we're slightly above our fuel target, which is really good to see. That fills me with a bit of confidence. Wowzers, everybody's talking over me.
Station Center 1001 London Control, hello, Coverage 2 Golf arrival, descend flight level 80.
Descend flight level Avaya, please.
Coverage 2 Golf arrival.
What we got here? Little GoPro view.
Ryanair 804 Tango London Control, climb flight level 350.
Black level 350 804 Tango.
Oddshot Golf Golf, yeah, that's a good question as well. You've got to think about holds, but no, we've still got enough for fin res and a little bit of holding and our alternate fuel as well, so we're still slightly above all of that. We could probably get away with maybe 2 circuits in the hold at Mykonos if it's that busy.
3 Yankee, crashing X-ray Yankee, report your speed to London, 121.025.
121.025 for the speed, X-ray Yankee.
Shuttle 11 Alpha, descent to altitude 2,000 feet, then further.
That's Heathrow. Denham, where I fly in real life, not that I have flown for a little while now, sadly, is, where's Biggin? That's the Bovingdon Ball, I think.
Midnight 12, turn left, heading 0.
Trying to spot Denham Aerodrome now.
145.
There it is. Literally, where this hinges there, that little airfield there is Denham.
12, turn left, heading 145.
That's where I learned to fly.
Left heading 145, midnight 12.
Wonderful airfield.
Chinook 6 Romeo Golf, turn right, heading 175.
Every chance there will be a go around at Mykonos, yes.
Speedbird 48 Delta, surface wind 340 at 76 left, clear takeoff.
Runway 26 clear.
But at least we're on our way.
Ryanair 6 Charlie Yankee, should I maintain this heading 170 or should I go back to the course?
838, climb flight level 220. Speedbird 838, climb now flight level 220, report your passing altitude.
838, climb level 320, pop up altitude, thank
There's
you.
the reservoirs.
Ryanair 6 Charlie Yankee, should I maintain this?
Look at that, London Heathrow.
Or
or should I go back on course?
Speed 250 knots. Block.
London Control, speed for 24.
SM, yeah, it does.
1,800 for 6,000. Stand by EG276, when ready, descend flight level 220 level, Hamel on conversion, speed 250 knots.
Level 220 Hamel on conversion to 50 knots, EG220 knots.
Ryanair 6 Charlie Yankee, should I maintain this heading of 170 or should I go back on course?
Stand by Scuba 24 Whiskey Delta, climb now flight level 160.
Level 160, speed for 24 Whiskey Delta.
EG46 Bravo Papa, nothing further for you, continue with Unicom.
Unicom, Papa, goodbye.
Look at that, fantastic.
388 Hotel, continue with Unicom.
Unicom, Sunjet 380, good afternoon.
EV14 Papa, continue with Unicom, good afternoon.
Unicom is over, Foxtrot.
There's Denham.
Speedbird 289, continue with
Little airfield. Little dinky one down there. Underneath London airspace. Which makes it really tough. Just make sure I click the space bar, reset the drone cam to level off the horizon.
Seabird 383, climbing to flight
Then we can pan down like that.
6,800 feet.
Wait for the reback first, break skies 407, resume navigation direct mid-house, Mike India Delta.
Resume on navigation, direct mid-house, 407.
Ryanair 6 Charlie Yankee, resume navigation direct mid-house, Mike India Delta.
Roger, we'll resume on our navigation. We'll presume Mike India Delta.
Mathis, the livery mega pack doesn't exist anymore. It's been dead for about a year and a half.
Flight level 392, thank you very much. Under that thing.
See you now, Neil.
Departure.
Speedbird 48 Delta, climb now flight level 220.
Look at that. Epic.
Control, I've got 124, correction, 118.5. Going to the tower, 1185.
The TCAS around us there, look, as well, some traffic. Can't see them.
Speedbird 905, 340.
So we must be nice and clear, and we can see the coast already. Thames Estuary and London City airport from yesterday. And the BAE 146, there it is down there, the City of London.
Arrival will descend flight level 80 for Speedbird 905.
Control, I've got 205 with you, resume in course, please.
360, inbound, Avant with you.
I think there's about 3 stations, right, correction, Ascot 2205 London, good afternoon, flying flight level 370.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Depends on your structure, like if you use something like add-on linker then you don't need to. You can put it somewhere else and then link it in. Elliot, yes, London Control.
Family 1 Bravo, I'm squawking 55534, Welling Room 9 Romeo Tango.
30,000 feet now.
Roger. Control, good afternoon.
Optimum's 366 at the moment, so we might see if we can get that to 370 and might try and do a step. Although we have only filed for 350. It's telling us 3.4 kilos at Mykonos though, which is 1 ton over our reserves.
Apologies, resume navigation direct Redfa.
Direct Redfa 80410.
And with that in mind, I might increase our MAC number. I reckon cruise at Mach 80, folks. What do you reckon?
Control, EastJet 172 with you, flight level 190.
Anthony, good question. Not sure, to be honest. Almost 100 likes, folks. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Bombastism, welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. Hope you're well. The PMDG 737 is by far the best aircraft in the sim at the moment. Best on performance and immersion and enjoyment and overall the level of enjoyment and happiness I get from it. Plus it's a steep learning curve. Bring that collar round to 10. Appears we need to go into high altitude heading mode. Pop that collar on there.
9 Romeo Tango on conversion, fly speed 250 knots.
Speed 250 knots, Willing.
It looks like the FlyLife Studio is broken with indicated airspeed, so let me refresh that for you. On the top of your screens.
Something 4,000 4,000
So hopefully with that you guys can see how busy VATSIM can be during events. But also, if you know what you're doing and you're quite confident on VATSIM, it shows you how much extra level of immersion you can get from it as well, how busy it is.
We would like to request flight level 370 because we are too heavy, Speedbird 60.
Now we will do what the pilots in real life do, try and make up some extra time, as they say.
And second station calling again.
EasyJet 172 with you 190.
Easy 172 London, hello, climb flight level 390.
Climb flight level 390, EasyJet 172.
1,000 to go.
London Control, enter 1001 for our star will be Tebra to Golf, yeah?
Correct.
Thank you very much. Enter
Go to 1,000.
Ryanair 6 Charlie Yankee, sorry, have you been trying to contact me?
Oh, Mach 80, look.
Negative. But,
sorry about that,
Ryanair 6 Charlie Yankee, well, I've got you, descent flight level 80.
Roger.
Classical sheet music, this is VATSIM. This, all this real ATC sounding thing, it's all of us, pilots, controllers, real people, all connected to the same network, trying to replicate real life procedures as accurately as possible.
G8297, roger.
Adam, yeah, should be runway 34.
Control, good afternoon. Lufthansa 228 with you, flight number 240 inbound login.
Lufthansa 238 London Control, hello, descent flight level 80, Logan to hotel arrival.
Descent of flight level 80, and can you please confirm again the arrival?
Logan to
There we are, altitude hold mode.
Logan to hotel arrival, descending to 8.
Leveling off. We'll let the speed keep up to Mach 80.
97, surface wind 340 degrees, 7 knots, 26 left, clear takeoff.
Roger, clear for takeoff, easy.
3.4 tons, yeah, it's quite a lot, Adam, yeah, you're right. Sorry, it's 3.4 tons of fuel, yeah. Yeah, it's quite a lot. We put in extra for the holds, for the delays out of Birmingham, but our diversion as well to Athens, should we, for whatever reason, not be able to make it in to Mykonos.
6421, hello, descent flight level 80, Logan, correction, Kino 1 Golf arrival.
There you go, that's the weather in Meta for Mykonos at the moment in the live chat, folks. That is crazy weather. It's winds 360 degrees at 25 knots, gusting 37 knots. And wind shear. So they've actually got wind shear on the Meta now.
Fly speed 250 knots and report that to London.
Few clouds at 1000, QNH 1005. Showing runway 34, so it's going to be a really tough approach into Mykonos.
278 speed 250 knots, report that to London 121.025.
Now if I show you Volanta, look at that. Look how crazy the arrivals are into Birmingham at the moment. That whole massive aeroplanes there, all being put into different holds around Birmingham, just all stacked for the arrivals. And we are just here over Kent. So you can see, we're going to be handed off in a minute onto Unicom.
Contact London 119.775.
We've got a straight line through Belgian airspace into German airspace, and pretty much a straight line then down to Slovenia. This is a pretty efficient route. We can't really do it more efficiently either, to be honest. Quite a bit of weather over Austria at the moment, look. Around Innsbruck. Really bad weather over Innsbruck, which we are going to overfly. In fact, there's Innsbruck.
35 London Control, hello.
Look at the VATSIM network, look how busy that is.
1205.
You can add in our other screenshots from today.
1205. Speedbird 35. Sun Express 2 Juliet Bravo London, climb flight level 350.
And 350.
So we can anticipate Unicom next.
630 London, climb flight level
1228.
350.
So always think one frequency ahead of the one you're on.
Ryanair 6 Charlie Yankee, what's the Gatwick altimeter?
Stand by 6 chart 0265, climb flight level 370.
Climb flight level 370,
I love when somebody says, what's the altimeter, or what's the QNH? All they need to do in the chat box on vPilot is type .METAR and then the airport code, so EGKK for example. That'll get them the ATIS that they want. That'll get them the QNH without needing to take up ATC time.
Roger, easy 320, the wind 3407, 26 left clear takeoff.
Good afternoon, Easy 87 Tango,
Easy 87 Tango, London, hello, climb flight level 370.
370, Easy 87 Tango,
Lufthansa 234, turn left heading 225.
And this controller here is controlling maybe 50, 60 different aircraft.
And November Echo, BD Pilot 160.
November 737, November Echo, London, hello, descent flight level 80.
Flight level 80, November 737, November Echo.
Good afternoon, Shuttle 178 in Gatwick, ready for
Shuttle 178, London, hello, 340 at 76 left clear takeoff.
The takeoff to success, Shuttle 178.
Just 9 Whiskey Tango, hello, passing flight level 135.
When we get handed over to Unicom, I'll check the progress page just to see what our fuel prediction is going to be into Mykonos, because now we're flying a slightly faster speed. There is also a slight increase in drag, therefore we're burning more fuel, flying faster, a little bit more drag on the airframe as well, and a bit tricky. MPS Gaming, wow, you're miles ahead. Wowzers.
Enter 1001, turn right, heading 315, vectors ILS 26 left.
That's set. We can expect turbulence over the Alps for sure.
November 737
Conan.
Echo, turn left.
So Conan, we get handed off to Unicom. Coxie, KOK is Brussels airspace.
Left
3.5 at Mykonos.
November 737, November Echo.
Swiss 421, turn right, heading 355, vectors ILS 26 left.
Can I change this? Let's see. Yes.
Right heading 355, and can you repeat the last part?
3.3 tons.
Spectrum from ILS approach 26 left.
As long as we're over 2.2, we're good.
Approach on 36 left for Swiss 421.
We literally can't fly much quicker though. We've got a Mach 8-1. We could do Mach 8-1 for a bit.
Runway will be 26 left, or which one?
26 left.
So, 236 left, thank you very much, enter 1001.
Swiss 421, descent to altitude 4,000 feet, QNH 1028.
Let's have a wee look.
Swiss 421, descent to altitude 4,000 feet, QNH 1028.
Descending to altitude 4,000 feet, QNH 1028, Swiss 421.
Enter 1001, descent to altitude 3,000 feet, QNH 100, correction 1028.
3.6 tons of fuel at 370. Lovely.
1028.
So we'll step climb in a little while. Once that optimum flight level goes up, once that matches 370, we'll step climb up.
Right, 6 Charlie Yankee should be following the arrival.
I think our original route might have given us a step climb to 370 at EGBB anyway.
Roger, 4,000 and 1028, 6 Yankee.
Go 4,000 feet, QNH 1028.
Can you say again, please? I only got part of that.
Go 407 Central to 4,000 feet, QNH 1028.
4,000 feet, QNH 1028, Skywind 407.
Speedbird 24 Whiskey Delta, contact London 121.025.
121.025 for Speedbird 24 Whiskey Delta, thank you.
November 737, November Echo, turn right heading 055.
Inbound.
055.
Those two aircraft there.
November 737, November Echo.
Ryanair 6 Charlie Yankee, turn right heading 115.
Roger, I actually think we have the ILS all figured out.
No, it's landing 26 left. You're west of the airfield.
Oh dear.
Turn right, heading 115.
Right, 115, 6 Charlie Yankee.
Somebody trying to do what they want.
407, flight present heading.
Runway 1551, going on to Unicom 122.8.
Standard control, speedbird 2558 with you, flight level 6000.
We'll wait till we're handed off. Oops, we got a ding ding.
Skyway 407, I didn't get your last message. Can you repeat, please?
Skyway 407, fly heading 115.
Heading 115, Skyway 407.
So he's just sent us a ping saying to us, monitor Unicom, because he can't handle the amount of voice traffic, I don't think. There's so much going on. I reckon at Coxey we'll just begin a step climb. So 370, 370, 370. We'll just do a nice 1,000 foot per minute climb. We'll hold Mach 80 as well. As we burn fuel off, the aircraft's going to be slightly lighter anyway, so our optimum cruise level, this FL367 here, so the aeroplane's basically telling us that is the most efficient cruise altitude for the aeroplane at the moment. We're not far off that at 370, but as we burn more fuel and therefore become slightly lighter, this figure here of 367 will begin to creep up towards the max. 9.3 at Coxey. $9.2. Whoa, that's cutting it, isn't it? We could definitely do with this more efficient flight level then. What else could we do in here? Let's refresh the cruise there. That'll do us. Do plus 500 for the last little bit. Our next waypoint is Comob in about 90 or 100 nautical miles, and at that point we need to have 8.6 tons of fuel in the tanks. Let's keep our fingers crossed for that. He reckons we're going to have 8.9 on the calculation there, so if we have 8.9, happy days, that is going to be really cool. Who is that on TCAS? Oh, somebody's gone behind, right to left. That'll do. And we're level at 3.7. Let's ramp it back up to 8.1, shall we? Mach 8.1. So hopefully we'll shave a little bit of time off our cruise today. Right, Dan, hopefully. Michael, hello. Picked up the 600. Is it usual to use a fair bit of spoilers on the way down? Struggling with getting down accurately. It's slow enough for the approach. I'm importing wind data. Shouldn't be having too much of a problem with it. So do check your top of descent to make sure it kind of matches up with what you're hoping for. Check for any discontinuities and things in the flight plan too, because sometimes you might notice that there's a discrepancy with the nav data where it will show that your descent profile is going to actually bring you in a bit higher or perhaps a bit quicker, and you can then edit that in the FMS. John, howdy. The 737-600 is fantastic. Oh yeah, Tapsy said as well that he had made some progress on our retro 737-600. Be exciting to see what that looks like. It's taken a couple of days longer than he anticipated, but that's because the UV map has actually been quite difficult. Jan, why is the call sign for Osprey BVX? Good question. So, it was about a year and a half ago now when we were creating Osprey Airways. We put it out on a big survey for all of our subscribers to basically vote on a couple of different options to find which is the best. Bravo Victor X-Ray, which is the 3-letter code for Osprey Airways. Part of our call sign, BVX165, is the one we're using today, for example. It's not currently used in real life by any airline, so it's completely free for us to use, which makes it a bit easier actually. And then our IATA code is 8 Alpha, 8A, or BA in a way, if that makes sense. Something that would stand out and be quite easy to use and remember. But there were a few different options. Osprey, in fact, was one of 5 different call sign options that we were trying to decide between. And Osprey came out as the champion there. Great call sign, though. Absolutely so happy that it's the call sign that we're using. Tapsy exciting in the live chat there, saying yes, I think it will finish soon with the 736 retro paint. Good effort. Thank you for all of your effort, Tapsy, painting our various aircraft. This retro 736, folks, has been quite the pain in the backside to paint. So, yeah, hats off to Tapsy for working really hard. It's taken about 2 or 3 days longer than he'd have hoped to get it all working. Check your install, Angelos, for your fly-by-wire A32NX. You might need to make sure you delete it entirely and uninstall the A32NX and then install the latest experimental branch, perhaps. Usually it's some sort of mod clash or livery clash, something broken within the sim that's preventing the A32NX screens from firing up. Oh, legend Tapsy. That is so close. I guess it's more trial and error, isn't it? Trying to get those lines matched up. One heck of a job though, good grief. We do appreciate it. There's quite a few of us looking forward to the retro paint on that. John saying, what's up? I'm having some trouble with the A320. The altitude on the autopilot isn't working. John, are you using the fly-by-wire A32NX or are you using the default A320? And if your autopilot's not working, check to make sure things like your IRS are aligned. Make sure that your flight plan is all set correct, so the airplane knows where to go. And if you're not going to use managed modes, then use like heading select mode and things like that. John's saying, my altitude panel isn't working on autopilot. I set vertical speed and altitude and nothing happens. I'm not sure what to suggest really. Without seeing it, seeing what you're trying to describe, it's kind of hard to visualize. It should be fine for you. Have a little look at this guy. We've got 2 aircraft actually towards. Can't see him though. Somebody over there on another airway flying right to left. There's someone else that's approaching the aeroplane from about there. He's 20 miles away, so actually he's too far for us to spot. What a shame. Oops. Always do that, don't I? Drone camera time? Or GoPro cam rather. That's a good question. You want a sim update 10 beta, John? Neil says a nice BPJ scheme would be nice for Osprey Executive. Little logo near the door, mainly plain with the Osprey colours used on some sort of cheat line. That would be quite cool, yeah. That's perhaps something that we can get together and sort out, Tapsy, when the 737-800 comes, the BPJ-2. Quite nice to have an Osprey Executive livery for that business jet as well, as an option. We'll have to draw something up, come up with something. Absolute madness. 2 hours 20 minutes and we are only halfway over Belgian airspace now already. We've got a little stint over Luxembourg, which is kind of where the moon is. Not literally, but figuratively there, because the moon's up. Oh, John, that's weird. You shouldn't have to click expedite for it to work. Unless you're going to do an expedite climb or descent, if that makes sense. A little bit bumpy there. Could be an altitude restraint, as Neil's saying. Perhaps it's what the equivalent of VNAV is on the Boeing, with your waypoints here. So for example, we've got an amber constraint, so if this was flight level 320 and it was amber, or it was magenta, sorry, that would be a constraint for us, so we know then we can't go much higher if we're in VNAV mode. But if we go to like an intervention mode instead, a flight level change or something like that, then we might end up being able to climb through the constraint. That's something it could affect you in the Airbus. That's where selected heading mode would become useful. Redmaster said it's got so busy in London, London controllers just logged off. It sounded like it was getting quite chaotic, to be honest. The PMDG website, Carson, pmdg.com. I think the link is in the live stream's description today. pmdg.com/MSFS for the Microsoft Flight Simulator product page. The 3 aircraft that they've got released at the moment, the DC-6, the 737-700 and the 737-600. Yeah, as the guys are saying there, the altitude knob on the Airbus, you'll have a click spot. Up here we'll have a little up arrow, and then down here we'll have a little down arrow. And if you've got a little circle on the Airbus MCP here, that means that you're in managed mode. So your altitude will stick to the VNAV elements of your constraints and things like that. If you go to the bottom of the knob and you have a down arrow and you click it, it's kind of almost where the expedite button is actually. You click the down arrow, the little circle inside the screen will disappear and you'll go into selected altitude mode, so the aeroplane will then climb through any constraints that you might have. So it might have been that, John, potentially, if that has helped. Ooh, drunk drone camera. You're drinking. There's our contrails, and there's our glorious bird that we're in today. John, it sounds like you've got some sort of balked install somehow. Something not quite right. Leo, you've got to be established for it to catch the glide slope. You've got to be underneath the glide slope as well. Otherwise you could potentially get a warning saying unable to capture the glide slope sort of thing. As always, throughout today's live stream, I'll pick 4 images, 4 screenshots that I've taken out of the selection on Volanta. They'll all go onto Discord as well, and they'll go on to our Instagram, our Twitter, and our Facebook as well. We'll select 4 of my favourite pictures, screenshots I should say, from the Sims flight today, and we'll make our way through. Brandon, howdy, hope you're okay. 890, we can probably get rid of that actually. And actually we've got a little bit of a headwind helping us out too, so our ground speed's almost 500 knots, even though we're right on the barber pole. So a little bit of turbulence here is going to tip us into overspeed. That's something we will have to manage carefully. Heading's good. That's all set as well, we don't really need to worry too much about the rest of that for the time being. Angelos can't wait for the Digital Flight Dynamics A350 to release for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Quite a way away, I think, still. Similar to the Flybot A380, I think it's going to be well over a year away still. There's a lot of progress in relation to the creation of the models, but beyond that there's not much else it offers. Oh, hello. TCAS has just gone wild. Just got a completely solid TCAS alert there, and I can see an aeroplane just crossing us there. Look at that. Just crossed our path, pretty much 1,000 above. Although he's showing he's level with us. Very exciting. The skies of VATSIM are busy today, folks. Awesome. What was I showing you? Navigraph, wasn't I? So, that's our location at the moment. We're just about to leave Belgian airspace at Diekirch, and we're going to head for a little stint over Luxembourg. Tiny little bit of airspace that we're going through at the moment, Luxembourg airspace, and then we're off into German airspace from Pitez, Mike 150 Airway, all the way to Bannock's, or Karlsruhe VOR. Now, providing the weather stays as it is, it's particularly significant gusts at the moment, we're expecting the arrival direct from Varix. So if we have a little look at this, there's not really any stars for us to consider. We're going to come in via Kia, K-E-A-V-O-R, over Athens first, then Kia, and then we're going to head into Varix, and from there we're just going to vector around, probably on this Varix 1 hotel arrival, round to Dixos. I'll pin that because it'll be useful later, onto the RNAV approach runway 34, which kind of looks like this. So Varix, back for Mike Kilo 512, so no stars involved here. Mike Kilo 510, and then straight in on the approach there. A little warning at the start saying descent gradient in each of the initial approach segments starting from Didis, Nizza and Pidax is greater than 8% due to preceding en route level constraints. Well, in this instance for us, Didis, Nizza and Pidax aren't going to affect us. They're from the south. They're those 3 waypoints down here. But we've got to be mandatory 2,000 feet for the final approach on this RNAV approach element, and our minimums are 1,180, so that's not far off the cloud base. Ah, John, fantastic, you fixed it. Thanks, folks, for helping out, John. Airport elevation, 405 feet. We'll just go for 400 on the elevation there. We'll pin the charts. And our runway length into Mykonos is only 1,902 metres, so it's super short. And we're going to use at least auto brake 3, possibly auto brake max, for our touchdown today. Overview to runway 34 looks like this on the Navigraph chart, so they give us this wonderful picture. So we can kind of visualise what we're going to anticipate and expect on the approach. And it's given us a warning there of visual vertical guidance provided by Pappies at 3.02 degrees, which should be on the left-hand side of the runway on approach. Runway 16 is a very tricky one. There's no approach procedures, it's a circle to land only, but we should be pretty clear of that today. And that's what the overview top-down of the airport looks like. Ashley, nice. Same altitude. Nor's asking a good question. It's asking, why is the overspeed limit too low at higher altitudes? So, you'll notice the flight envelope, as we're going higher and higher and higher, the aeroplane's flight envelope actually narrows. So that little stall band at the bottom here, see the little yellow line that's moving about there? That is basically our too slow speed. So we're at risk of stalling below that. And you can see it's fluid. So as these winds change here on the nav display, the winds, the turbulence affects the aeroplane. That will affect our slowest possible speeds for flight here today, our slowest sort of clean speeds. But we can call it as an average, minimum of 220 knots to be safe, and that gives us 220 knots to 260 knots as a flight envelope. It's only 40 knots as a gap. So Mach 8.1 to about Mach 7.4 perhaps. And that's because the air's a lot thinner. Carson, good question. They are both really good in their own right. So the 737-700, which we're in at the moment, is a bit longer, a bit heavier, can fly a bit further. It's a bit more of an all-rounder. The 737-600 is a lot cheaper, but it also can fly into shorter airfields, and you can have a lot more fun with it as well, in the sense that it climbs like a rocket, it handles fantastically, and it's just great fun because it's such a dinky jet. Plus you can do Janet ops. No, it's the same thing. The flight envelope's narrower, so the speeds will decrease. Same principle on the overspeed as the underspeed, if you like, the stall speeds. They're all narrow down, so it only gives us a short flight envelope. And it is because the air density is a lot less. It's all down to maximum speeds, minimum speeds, with the the density of the air around the aeroplane, basically. It's something that the Air France crew really struggled with when that A330 went down years ago in South America, as it crossed over towards over the Atlantic Ocean. Is because Air France never trained their crew to hand fly the aeroplane with a very narrow flight envelope at high altitude. So because they didn't know how to and they'd never been trained to, they ended up stalling the aircraft really, really badly, which is why that aircraft crashed. MPS Gaming says the 736, you can't get better aircraft for that money. It's worth every euro, dollar, pound or krona. It is good fun. It is good fun. Mike Reed, we're landing runway 34. Thanks Ashley, saying Adriatic Centre's now come online on 1300 from Vecken, which is in a little while away from now. Luton's asking for any tips about against frames per second problems in MSFS. It's got quite a good system there, 3070 and a Ryzen 7. As soon as he flies over 2 hours, everything bugs about on 1080p and on Ultra. One thing we discussed on pushback was using this little cog here on the drop-down menu to turn off things you don't need. So toolbar pushback, for example, if you use that, has got significant memory leak issues at the moment. A lot of people reporting similar issues. So after you've pushed back, have a look at your UI menu once you're taxiing and see if it's still selected and illuminated in white like this one is, because as we found today during taxi out, it was still actually active. It was still selected in white like that, which means it's running in the background. We don't want that. So you can just toggle it off. So you can turn that toggle to the off position and it will pretty much kill the app. It will kill the process, which can help with memory loss issues in relation to toolbar pushback. But it could be anything else as well. It could be the RAM filling up. It could be all sorts of things. It could be I know there's a weird issue with weather at the moment, which has caused memory issues. But it also depends on what Windows is doing. Sometimes it could just be Windows being rubbish, causing you these issues that you can't really solve. Somebody was asking as well, I'll go back here a second. Somebody was asking about how would you find out on the Boeing 737 what the outside air temperature is? It's just there, your TAT. Minus 24 outside at the moment, at this altitude. Jan's asking about TCAS. That's a really good question as well. What does the plus 20 mean there, like that aeroplane there? It's telling us that he's 2,000 feet above us. And if it's minus 20, it would be 2,000 feet below us. So then you can look at your TCAS and say, okay, well, I know I'm at flight level 370. He's probably following us along. We could converge, but even if we do, he's 2,000 feet above us, and therefore he's not necessarily a threat unless he starts to descend. Angelos, yes, I do fly the Fenix A320. It's an awesome aeroplane. So yeah, I do really like it, but I don't find the experience particularly smooth. The pushback system in the EFB is really bad. I'm really not a fan of that. And I'm finding performance quite heavy on the Fenix A320. In fact, it's more of a hit on frames than the fly-by-wire A32NX, which we found out on our stream last week when we flew the the fly-by-wire A320 into Corfu. We were in the fly-by-wire A32NX for that, and that's the first time flying that aircraft for quite a few months. So we compared it against the performance of the Fenix A320, and actually I was quite surprised. The fly-by-wire's performance was slightly smoother. But all-round performance-wise, this is the market leader. It is the smoothest aircraft in the sim by far, the PMDG 737. It is exceptionally well optimised. John's going Gatwick to LGPF over the coast of France at the moment. Very nice. And there's some country views. M saying, probably just done, but can never import a sim brief flight plan into the PMDG 737 without having route discontinuities, and adding departure and arrival data just makes it worse. So it depends entirely on what sort of departure and what airport and everything else you're doing. If we were to find, let's see, let's have a little look at Mykonos SIDS. Okay, well none of these are really going to have any discontinuities, but you could put in a SID, for example, a departure out of Mykonos. In fact, no, cancel that. Let's go to Birmingham again. They're less complex. Here we go. So say, for example, we're departing 1-5 at Birmingham. And our route takes us initially to Daventry, but we put the SID in, and our next waypoint is Honolulu, and there's a discontinuity. But sometimes that is supposed to be there, and that is if you are on a SID similar to K-Ord. So a lot of American departure routes have departures like this. So you will have a discontinuity here, because you're going to fly out of Chicago on the Chicago 7 departure to, for example, the PECU waypoint there. But the way a lot of the departures work in America are you depart, you fly runway heading, and then the departure control will basically give you a vector to PECU after takeoff. So you will have a discontinuity there, and that is supposed to be there. So you want that discontinuity to stay in place. And then after you take off, you'll just do a direct to PECU if you are on Unicom, for example. So sometimes discontinuities have to be there, and they're supposed to be there. If, like we did today, we had some sort of discontinuity on our departure out of Birmingham down here, we might want to clear it up. So we would look at ADMEX, for example. This is our departure here out of Birmingham today. We'd look at ADMEX, and if we then had a discontinuity to MCook, but we knew that that was our next waypoint, we would clear the discontinuity and we would link it up, so that line there would be connected. So it depends, and that's where having something like Navigraph comes in really handy, because you can look at the charts and then you can look at it all connected here on this overview layout to show you exactly what to expect, and then you can decide if a discontinuity has to be there or not. Rab, yeah, the BAE 146 is smooth as butter, and that is great fun as well. It can really trip you up, but it's such an enjoyable experience flying that. Sean, good evening to you. Alexander asks, do you know a way to remove ground services that spawn by default when you spawn in? Yeah, so you can save your custom state. Look at that view down there, guys. That is spectacular. Where are we flying over at the moment? That's Karlsruhe, Germany. In fact, if we go to the other side of the aircraft now, we have Stuttgart down here somewhere. Oh, nice one. Decent little trip there. Cargo looks JFK to LAX 7478F. Very nice. Zygi's asking, what is the best real weather add-on in MSFS? The default one. That's what we use. Just live weather. It's so good. Personally, I can't fault it. Gary, good afternoon to you, buddy. Welcome. Keeping the green line strong, hopefully. Yeah, Alexander, as we were saying about ground services a second ago, in the FMS of the 737 you can go into your state saving panel. So you can remove all your ground vehicles if you spawn in, remove everything, clear it all away. You can change the payloads, so you can set 0 passengers if you want and 0 cargo in the payload menus. And then you can save the state, so that the next time you spawn in, it will remember that that's what you've set. I'm not sure if ground services can stay saved disconnected when you spawn, but I know passengers and payload will certainly remember the state. John, yeah, the Belfast Sean has already been released. It's on Orbex at the moment, Orbex Direct, and it's the same price as all the other Pyre Devco airport sceneries that we've been enjoying so far, like, you know, Edinburgh and that sort of thing. But it's already out now and available to purchase. Hopefully you enjoyed yesterday's live preview, Sean. But it's already out now. It'll be on the MSFS marketplace probably in another maybe 2 weeks, but it's on Orbex at the moment already. Rab uses the default weather as well, can't fault it. MPS Gaming, no need to buy any add-on for live weather. Yeah, things like Rex, never used it, don't see the point in it. If you want to change and tweak the clouds, for example, you can go to flightsim.to and you can download a fantastic mod called Lloyd's Epic Clouds, and that's what we use as well. There you go, 20 quid for the Pyre Devco scenery, it is awesome. And Pyre is Ukrainian as well, so you know, we can do our bit by supporting the fantastic developer with their amazing scenery. Wheeljet, hello. Sean, awesome. So you're the pro then. You can tell us how accurate it is when you get it and you can enjoy it. You know it is a local airport for you. Let's do a little sit rep here. Cunard in 26 miles. Oh, look at this, look at the cloud building in there ahead of us. This is the default live weather. We're nearing the Alps, so we're getting a bit of cloud fluffing up in front. And at Kundo we want 7.6 tonnes of fuel. Make sure our heading bug is on our heading instead of our track. We've actually got a 40 knot crosswind across the aeroplane now, which is affecting our progress slightly. Danny, there's not a massive amount of flights, but there's lots of different route options, various aircraft, EasyJet, Jet2 and that sort of thing. And yeah, fuel's fine, Rab. John, awesome. The lounge particularly was pretty cool. Those animated passengers are just remarkably detailed, aren't they? .9 tonnes on board at the moment. 7.6 is the target at Cunard. We've got 16 nautical miles to go to check our fuel there. Wheeljet's off to LFLB from Birmingham for the Midsummer Madness event. How long was your delay, Will, on the ground at Birmingham? So this is our next thing that we've got to deal with. The centre tanks are almost empty. 0.07 tonnes in the centre tank. So in a few seconds, or a couple of minutes at most, we are going to get a master caution illumination, and it's going to say fuel, and that's also going to bring up here, there we are, the low pressure warning light in the overhead panel. So the aeroplane's already telling us, Mr. Pilot, there's low pressure issues in the centre tanks here, 0.05. So we're going to bleed it dry, empty the tanks out, and then we're going to shut off the centre tanks. Wheeljet, that's pretty good actually. We were 1 hour 30 on the ground at Birmingham, which is insane. It was a 1 hour delay just to go to ground, and then we had a slight delay with pushback. Well, look how close we are to the overspeed there. Trying to make up that time as best as we can. Feel like a real pilot. Going on the PA. We made up about 30 minutes of time during our journey today. I'll try my best. I'll see what we can do. 0.03. Interestingly, the low pressure warning light's gone off again. This big old ridge, cold front building in front of us. There we go, master caution, warning for fuel. So we can take a look at it, and actually, yeah, it's the centre tank as we predicted. So we know it's the master caution for a reason. We can clear it for now. Aircraft on the ground now in Birmingham. Chris says if you don't have a stream to chat to or different VORs to tune to throughout the flight, let's get the centre tanks off now quickly. It says there's not much to do in the cruise. So this is where the 737 is pretty good. You've got to manage the fuel systems carefully. Like so. So now we've emptied the centre tanks, we've got fuel being out of engines, tanks left and right now. And we've got to be careful as well to make sure that we don't get an imbalance of fuel between the two tanks. That's something we have to monitor. At the moment, 0.02 tons is acceptable. If it goes beyond, I think, was it 700 kilograms of a fuel imbalance, then we need to do something proactive to balance the fuel back up again between the tanks using cross-feed. But it's fine, the aeroplane's sorting it out quite nicely. There's a slight imbalance, but we can solve that a little later on if we need to. Obviously in the Airbus, you just turn autopilot 1 and 2 on, it does it for you. You don't really need to worry too much, but for me that takes away an element of enjoyment almost. I find this quite remarkable because it is so hands-on. Cessna 152 is a typical one. Yeah, actually there's a fun fact that I don't think I've ever discussed on the stream before. So flying instructors can fly on different aircraft, right? So they can fly a Cessna 152 and instruct on that, and then the next student, like what experience I've had, they can fly on a PA-28. But the Cessna balances fuel for you. It will feed out of both tanks. The PA-28 doesn't. So quite regularly, when I go flying, I'll go and check the fuel on the aircraft, and I'll find that the left tank will be empty, or the right tank will be almost empty, and the other tank, vice versa, will be pretty full still. And that's because the instructor before, the pilot before, it's usually airline pilots as well, rather interestingly, apparently. They won't manage the fuel, they won't balance the fuel between the two tanks because they forget that the PA-28 doesn't do it for you. So even in the little planes, fuel management is so important. Keeping the aircraft balanced between the two tanks is so crucial. Yet people still make the mistake. Yet they get away with it, thankfully, unscathed, without any incident or emergency. But these, one of these days, something will happen. Well, Jet, only flying PA-28, so I'm a student pilot, but I've not flown in quite a long time now. It's about 11 or 12 weeks now. Just because the price of flying training's gone up to almost £250 an hour now, and I can't really currently afford it. So I've put a little pause to my PPL. Rab, absolutely. In a way, it's there's an issue really in relation to the safety of the aircraft, isn't it? At the end of the day, it's a safety issue. Nice, Will. Yeah, I was just going on to navigation, and then the price of training went up from £210 an hour to almost £250 an hour. And it's at a point in time when I'm actually moving house. We're selling our current house and we're buying another one, which has stretched our budget quite significantly. So, but the money I had saved for flying has now been diverted into house stuff. Look at that weather, guys. Absolutely fabulous. It's happened on a few occasions, Rab, where previous flights of mine, I've gone into the PA-28, checked the fuel. The left tank or the right tank is almost empty, the other one is full. And I've had to taxi the aircraft to the refuel point to fill up the other tank to balance it out again. Because I'm not prepared to take off with one tank almost dry and the other one full, because you cannot balance the fuel realistically. So I definitely wouldn't want to take off with that severe level of imbalance, let alone land with that level of imbalance. Craziness. Danny, absolutely, yeah. What's crazy is if they haven't noticed that there is such a fuel imbalance, they're not checking the fuel, which is a check that it's supposed to do every 30 minutes. And every 30 minutes you're supposed to switch your tanks in the PA-28 as well. So they're obviously not doing the feeder checks. And that to me is a safety issue. Oh, Philip, how's the conveyancy going? You know what? I've had 2 weeks of more battles, so even when I was really ill a couple of weeks back, I was on the phone every day. But we're almost there. For those of you who are interested in doing your PPL, the FS Academy advert at the very start of today's live stream, they've actually got 30% off at the moment. It's on sale on the Just Flight website and the MSFS marketplace. And when I first saw that product, I wasn't really sure how good it would be or how useful it would be, but having now taken this big pause in my flying training, even though the missions are done in a 152, not a PA-28, it's actually really quite useful, keeping my mind in check with the flying and everything else. So I can recommend it being decent. Light at the end of the tunnel, Philip, absolutely. I've just got to make sure that I manage my finances carefully enough to not run out of money before we get the keys. This high level cloud building in as well. Look at this. This high level cirrus. There's the Alps coming up as well in the distance. Just through that cloud there, you can spot the Alps. So we're going to have to be careful of our speed here. We might get overspeed as we hit a bit of turbulence over this section of the flight today. Ryan's asking, what is the toughest challenge you have found with getting the PPL? Aside from the money? I haven't really found anything challenging yet. I was just going on to navigation, which I know is quite tough. Working out diversions, fuel calculations and things like that in your head. That's pretty difficult. But if you really, really love it and you've got the passion for it, you can get your head around it. Some of the most entertaining and some of my favourite flights in my PPL training so far has actually been the instrument firing input. So my last flight, we did my instrument input, and usually I'd wear a hood with a visor, which means I can only see the dashboard. So my view of the aircraft flying around would be like this, and I can't see outside. My instructor was telling me turn left heading 090, climb to 4000, climb to 5000, descend to 3000, and all that sort of stuff. And I had the I would have had the hood on, but actually what my instructor did is flew us under radar coverage, so we got a traffic service, and he flew us into cloud. So I was flying in pea soup for about an hour. Here comes the turbulence. Seatbelt signs can go on. And we're just monitoring the speed. Yeah, my instructor flew me into cloud and we stayed in the cloud for an hour, and I was having to think about icing conditions, carburetor heating. We were climbing in the cloud, descending in cloud, turning. I was doing orbits in the cloud as well. Really, really cool. And that was my most exciting, most enjoyable flight I have done. And then as we flew back towards Denham, we got out of the cloud coverage. What my instructor then did is put my hood on. He told me to put the hood on, so I put the visor on at that point, and then we flew the descent down to 1,000 feet, and he kept the hood on my head until final approach. And then as we were lined up on final, he was telling me left a bit, right a bit, descend a little bit, increase your rate of descent, change your speed, and I was having to literally fly the approach initially at Denham like this with the hood on. And then as we were wings level for final approach and the speed was good, he said, right, take your hood off. And about 30 seconds later, we were touching down, and it was awesome, great fun. So depending on what happens with the turbulence here, one little thing you can do is go to the cruise page, and you can have a little look here for turbulence M1. So if it's going to get really bumpy, what we can do is set 88.4% M1 anyway, which is kind of almost set, but we'll just monitor that. And that would be the most optimum turbulence penetration M1 setting basically for the aeroplane. Something to consider there. And our optimum flight level at the moment is 373, so we're not far off that at the moment too, with our little step climb we've done to 370 earlier on. And we might get a little bit of wing flex. MPS Gaming, yeah, I haven't tweaked any shades or anything like that at the moment with NVIDIA. I just leave everything default. There are a couple of people that use reshade in MSFS now, and if you are one of those people in the live chat, I was looking at it yesterday, so I'll be curious to know what you think. So let us know in the live chat if you use reshade, what your thoughts on it have been, and if you think it adds a realistic element to the colouring of it all as well. Jonathan, aka Air Amaruk, hello to you. It was a great departure out of Birmingham, fantastic ATC service for the event. We had an hour and 30-minute delay on the ground. Wowzers, look at that. Okay, we're almost going into overspeed territory here, so we could get the old clackers go off. And look at the flight envelope there for our stall speed. As this air becomes really unstable, look at our minimum stall speeds changing here. This is the simulation of the 737 alive at the moment in turbulence. You can see we've lost 200 foot in some clear air turbulence there as well, which is pretty cool. Oh, we got bean centre online. Fantastic. 129, 125. 129, 125. Bean radar, hello Osprey 165, flight level 370 inbound Umveg.
Osprey 165 in radar, good day identified.
Got Bean radar on the moment. There's two actually, there's east and west online, very cool. So we might get past the east, 135625. Not sure. Actually, what is our next waypoint? Beacon is there, isn't it? So I think Ashley was saying that's where we go to Adria radar. Let's have a look on VPilot here. Beacon, yeah, Adria, which is 1300. So we can pre-tune that now, 1300. That's now in the standby box ready. Yeah, we've had a fair bit of turbulence. You know what? A few things really blow me away with this aeroplane. And look at that review. Look how stunning these levers are for the APU discharge, the engine fire discharges. Look how spectacular that is. So good. Little things like that just blow me away, the level of detail involved. Bit more turbulence. I mean, it's certainly bumpy here, look, over the Alps. You can see the wind changing as well, showing the air's quite unstable and variable. And you can see the altitude changing, but also the speed envelope, the flight envelope there. Maximum and minimum speeds changing too, as the air around us is kind of alive in the simulation of the sim. Just try and go wings level with the drone camera there. And I want to go up a little bit like this, and then we zoom out. We'll get this wonderful view of the Alps below for a nice screenshot. And what we're passing through at the moment, if I show you Volanta folks, is this weather system here.
Transavia 29 Golf after next inbound to Rattenberg, lead holding cleared localizer approach. Clear DME approach, Rattenberg, smooth, Transavia 29 Golf.
Jim says, although he's still learning the 737, so happy that he's purchased it. Yeah, you can't go wrong with it. It's just remarkably good. Looks, sounds, and flies wonderfully. Hand flying this as well is so nice. Danny, yeah, the flickering shadow is a sim issue in every aeroplane. As you mentioned there, it's in the Fenix and everything else too. I think it's the weird way that it deals with shadows. There's the wings bouncing away there. Amarok flying in the PA-28, the Piper Warrior 2, sorry. No turbulence MSFS departing from Birmingham. Jonathan, how long were you on the ground for at BHX doing some VFR, buddy? Quite a while, I'd imagine. Because they had a ground stop on all VFR traffic for a little while.
Trend 3904, wind radar identified. Squawk 1000, cleared Barrow on Whiskey arrival.
Squawk 1000 and cleared Upton on Whiskey arrival, Austin 3904.
Austin 3904, correct, Upton on Whiskey arrival.
He's 700 foot above.
347 inbound Eric.
He looks like he's creeping in towards us slightly as well. Wow, Amarok, that's incredible.
Inbound, flight level 370.
The Osprey's flying behind. Hopefully you're flying Mach 81 as well. Now we're keeping an eye on him. At some point soon, looks like we're converging paths here. He's going to go to a full coloured in sort of white diamond instead of the outlined diamond there. Rab, yeah, huge jump, isn't it? Even from P3D. Mr. Derpy Shark, which Mykonos scenery are we using? We've got the 29 Palms Mykonos. It's fantastic. And you can get it on contrail.shop, which is an awesome platform for those of you who never heard of Contrail.
Scandinavian 202, we are parked at Innsbruck. We have information, Mike.
Now I wonder if we can see him. He's going from the nose right to left. 800 above.
Wind radar, good day. Your destination Palma is filed via Camp 5 Juliet departure runway 08. Initially flight
Can't see him yet.
60 squawk 4064.
Let's zoom in on this, see how far he is roughly in relation to our position. There he is. He's actually coming straight towards us, look. This could actually give us a bit of a TARA element here. Turbulence is throwing us around, little 100-foot jump there.
See you next time, bye-bye.
Oh, he's getting bloody close.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Continue event 202, reach back, correct. Cover van ready for start.
He's over here somewhere.
Wind call 202.
Got him. Holy smokes. There he is. That's an Austrian Airlines A320, I think. Wow, look at that. So we quickly go in here. Got an amber warning now for traffic. We'll monitor this. I'd like to think he's got the same. Wowzers, that is close. Look at that. The skies of VATSIM are alive. Absolutely incredible. So he's gone to solid amber. And away he goes. The TCAS has realised he's on the other side flying away now. How awesome is that? Taking in 27 miles, 7 tons of fuel. So at Vecken we want 6.7 tons on board. So certainly still over that by the looks of it. And then we're over the Zagreb FIR inbound to Nera. So Adria radar at that point for us. .700 feet separation there, very cool. I'll put that, grabbed a couple of screenshots there. I've got 2 screenshots in fact, so I'll put them onto Balanta. Who was that? That was Austrian 394, Barcelona to Vienna.
Osprey 165, contact Adria 130.0, have a nice flight.
Contact Adria 130.0, Osprey 165, thanks. Adria radar, good afternoon, Osprey 165, flight level 370 inbound Vecken.
Osprey 165, Dobadan Adria radar, contact.
Yeah, not cool in real life. To be fair, actually, if you fly into Heathrow, the separation of aircraft in the stack at Heathrow is only 500 feet, which is crazy, isn't it? Most stacks will have 1,000-foot separation in the holds, only 500 at Heathrow. There's a fun fact for you. Rab's saying that it's just so lifelike. It does, VATSIM does bring the immersion. When you've got a sim as good as this, and you've got an aircraft as good as this as well, and you've got a nice amount of traffic, it's perfect.
Easy 37 Hotel Juliet, Dobradan Adria radar contact, reduce Mach decimal 75 and turn right heading 160 degrees for sequencing.
Angelos, no, never been to Santorini. I'd love to go. It's such an expensive island though to visit as a tourist. Ray, hello. Trying to decide what to step up from the Cessna 208. Wow. 737 seems like a big step, so thinking CRJ 700. Airbus feels like too much is automated. Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, Airbus is very automated. If you want a bit more of a hands-on feel, I mean, you could jump into the 737-600. It's such a great price from PMDG that you could tickle your fancy with that. See how you get on. I've certainly made a couple of tutorial videos to help you get started, so feel free to check them out, and you can download the checklist that I've created for the 737 for free as well, which is this. So you can download that. It's on flightsim.to and also our website, britishavgeek.com. Download both. This is the large font version for those of you who like to print them out and laminate them. as quite a few of you seem to have done, which is awesome. So I've tweaked it, made the font size a bit bigger, neatened up the formatting a bit more so it looks better on laminate. For those of you like the physical flow, like this bit here, created that as a tweak for the large font version. I would say go for the 737, it's so cool. Ray says 600 is not in another virtual airline you fly with. Okay, received. The CRJ is fantastic. It's probably a great crossover between the automation of the 737 with the manual elements of the 737 as well, perhaps. But there's no auto thrust in the CRJ, don't forget. So you've got to manually manage the throttle at all stages except for climb. But again, I've done 3 tutorial episodes for the CRJ, covering engine start all the way through to shutdown at the other end. For those of you who want to get started on the CRJ. I would say there's less to the 737 than there are the CRJ though. Jim says, at the end of the day, 100 feet is enough. A near miss is still a miss. Very good point. Jim, that checklist that was just displayed went live about a week ago. Just a couple of layout tweaks, a few little improvements here and there. Made the font size a bit bigger, just spaced out all of the different sections a bit nicer as well to try and make it better for those who print it. Those of you who want it, you can either go to the website or britishaviate.com. You'll find it in the PMDG 737 section in the tutorials drop-down tab. But if you'd like to use flightsim.to to download the checklist, you can just search PMDG 737 checklist and it will pop up there for you. Ooh, Ray, that's a good choice. What's the wind doing in Mykonos?
And Edelweiss 348 Whiskey, thank you for cooperation. You can resume normal.
Wind shear, winds 350 at 24 knots, cav OK, 27 degrees Celsius, QNH 1005, runway 34. Happy days. So, we're about halfway, aren't we? We've still got a bit of a way to go.
Accurate radar, good evening, Osprey 585, flight level 370, inbound.
Osprey 585, over than Adrian.
I would say, Danny, yeah, the CRJ's auto thrust is not, there isn't an auto thrust in the CRJ. There's a FADEC that allows you to put it into the climb gate in the CRJ. So if you're in the climb mode on the MCP, the CRJ, it will handle the throttle inputs for you to make sure that you're flying to the correct speed in speed mode, for example. Whereas the Airbus, you just put it in manage mode and it will do it all for you without you having to think too much about it. And the 737 is kind of in the middle. The CRJ is fantastic. Aerosoft have done a great job with that. And this 737 is remarkably good. But if you want to get into airliners, Ray, then I would recommend trying the fly-by-wire A32NX because it's a fantastic freeware project. Creating an A320neo is really, really good. So I'd probably recommend downloading the experimental branch, so you've got an A320 to use if you want to. Those days perhaps where you want a bit more automation and a little bit less work to do. Fourths, welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing and joining us as a bronze frequent flyer. Very generous of you to support the stream with a membership. Thank you very much. If you are a channel member, folks, and you've not already done so, head over to our Discord server and link your YouTube account to your Discord user account, and what it will do is it will give you access into the club lounge, a little members only section in Discord there. Those of you with the Orbex Himalayas and Central Asia mesh, that just got updated today with the new package.
10-15 minutes out of flight.
Alpha 15 minutes approved, report back.
So that now brings all of their mesh products up to date to work post sim update 9.
Good afternoon, ET1 for Papa Foxtrot, flight level 350 inbound Amugo.
EZ1 for Papa Foxtrot, over the Adria radar contact.
Rab says, not really an airliner guy, but you've tweaked my interest in the 737. I was never a 737 guy until the 737 was released for MSFS, and it was my first experience of a proper airliner by PMDG, who are obviously market leaders, well renowned in the community for their previous products on other sims, and it's completely torn me away from Airbus. I love it, it's so good. It makes me feel like I'm actually operating a very realistic Boeing aircraft. And the level of immersion and also the level of reward that I get from completing a flight in this, especially as I was learning it, blows my mind. And that's when I know a product is good. Jonathan had some SID issues in Vietnam with the A32NX experimental version recently. Some SIDs were missing, but they were available in the Phoenix. Interesting. Ooh. Sadly, with Fly-by-Wire, Andreas, the person in the project who created their Fly-by-Wire system, the experimental branch, the custom Fly-by-Wire, and the way that it handles a lot of the nav data, he left the project probably roughly the same sort of time that I stopped contributing to the QA team, and he was the key architect for the custom Fly-by-Wire in the A32NX. Neil says the 737 is God. All we need now, guys, is Athens radar to come online, and then we'll complete the set.
Delta, clear destination Dubrovnik, Victor Alpha Lima 2 Juliet, squawk 5240.
So the beautiful Adriatic coast down here, we've got Split, Dubrovnik, we're probably over Ljubljana at the moment. Look at that, Split, Zeta, Podgorica, further down the coast there, we've got all those beautiful parts of the world to go and explore down here. Angelos, in the sim or in real life?
Good evening, it's 754 Ljubljana, stand 5.
754, order.
So we've got Pula down here,
754 stand 5, Boeing 738 Ljubljana, request
Rijeka, which is just down under the cloud here, this little dip inside the coast here. Rijeka's there, Zeta is further down here, and then Split is just as the coast juts out towards the horizon around the other side. That's where Split is. So we're flying over Split, over Dubrovnik, past Podgorica, over Tirana, Albania, and then over into Greece. And actually there's Dubrovnik approach and tower online, and there's Zeta approach online, as well as Adriatic radar. So there's some great ATC coverage in this part of the world at the moment. Redmaster says getting out of Birmingham was crazy. Oh, I know, it was absolute madness, wasn't it? Not experienced that in a long time. Angelos wants to know what my favourite aircraft of all time is in real life. It's a bit of a tear up, old school versus new. I would say the 757-200 or the A350-1000. Bit of a tear up between the two. I'd probably say it's about 50-50. Wants the TFDI MD-11. Yeah, what's the progress been like on that actually? I've kind of lost touch with the progress of that project. But that would be great. Beautiful big MD-11 when that comes.
Runway 30, climb 6,000 feet and runway heading. When passing 3,000 feet, left heading 180 degrees. Squawk.
Jim, yes, the 777 is in progress at the moment, in the background. So obviously we've got the 737-800 coming very soon, followed by the 900. Once the 900 is out, the next product from PMDG will be the 777, which is going to be really exciting. Then the 747, and then potentially their secret project, which we think is a Boeing 757, which will be incredible. I would love that. It would make my day if a 757 comes from those guys. But they've not confirmed anything yet with that secret project. And then they're going to develop the 737 MAX. Rab's always loved the BA146 in real life. As soon as it became available, he bought it instantly from Just Flight. Yeah, it's a remarkable plane in the sim as well. And it's an aeroplane in real life with some incredibly good character to it as well. It's great fun. There's Rijeka. .757 or 767. The Max, they've come out and said that the Max is going to be developed after, so that's not a secret anymore. And we know it would be a Boeing because they are officially licensed by Boeing. They haven't gone out and suddenly got a license for Airbus or Bombardier or Embraer. So I think the secret project is going to be a 757 or a 767. And could you imagine how good they're going to be if PMDG make one of those? That is going to be just mind-blowingly good. But of course we know there is a 757 project coming from Bluebird Simulations via Just Flight as well. So there's a lot to look forward to in MSFS coming soon. Over the next year, over the next 2 years, we have got some incredible products lined up. The A310 from Mini Builds coming in that 40th anniversary edition. That's only a couple of months away, coming in November. And that's going to be free. Angelos, it's a bit of a blend of high and ultra for our settings today. MPS Gaming misses a level D 767. Yeah, I'd love a 767-300 and I'd love a 757-200 because I used to operate both of those aircraft years ago at my first job at Thomson Airways, and I loved both. They were fantastic to operate on. And the 757, as I was growing up, was the workhorse of a lot of short-haul operators around Europe. Britannia Airways and the 757-200. It was the first aircraft I ever flew on for a holiday growing up, so it's kind of imprinted quite memorably in my mind. Weirdly enough, I've never ever flown on a 737, but this is my favourite aircraft in the sim by a long shot at the moment. I get a picture of the coastline down here because it is stunning. I say picture, you know what I mean, screenshot. Let's see what we can get here. Got a bit of that sun reflecting in the background there.
Tomjet 158 Papa, dobar dan, Adria, radar contact, climb flight level 330 on course to Dallas.
Boss would also love a Dash 8. That's an aeroplane that's definitely missing. A Dash 8 or an ATR, that's going to be quite cool. Either of those aircraft, certainly missing from the sim at the moment. VATSIM Mike, hello. PMDG will be developing the 737 MAX in about probably a year and a half from now, roughly. Fabio prefers the Fenix. That's absolutely fine. Fenix is a very good aeroplane. I find it very heavy on performance though. And their pushback in the EFB I really don't like. So they kind of dent it for me a little bit, but it is a remarkable product. It's really enjoyable.
Parking 4, ready for push and start.
Rab, no, I just left it untouched. So the settings the same as I always use. Sander says, I prefer the 737 over the A320. Yeah, hands down, really do. Really do. You get more back from this because it's less system management. It's more system management rather than just system monitoring like you do in an Airbus. You've got to keep an eye on the fuel, you've got to keep an eye on the different settings and what the aeroplane's doing. Skipper RF, hello to you, welcome, hope you're well. Birmingham still chocker, Ashley says. Let's have a look on Volanta, let's see what it looks like. We scroll back. Holy smokes. Yeah, it's it hasn't changed, has it? Look how chaotic that looks. It's all organised chaos. But the controllers are still going strong. But the traffic levels are still going strong as well. Look at that. Incredible. Still piling out of Birmingham there. UK airspace very, very busy indeed. And there we are, making some good progress now over the Croatian coast.
Leaving my sector, Unicom 122.8. Bye-bye.
Over to Unicom 122.8.
Hey, it's Gav. He's all the way ahead of us. Where is he?
Bye-bye.
He must be down here. There he is, Osprey 722. Good grief, he's miles ahead. Amazing. Ah, there's Badger. BMI 919 from Birmingham as well, and the 736. Lovely. I'd love to see those screenshots of the BMI livery, Badger, when you're done. Pop them on Discord if you've got a few. Asti Jai there, Speedbird 628 is not too far behind us actually, going Heathrow to Mykonos. And I can see Craig, Osprey 585 behind off to Mykonos as well. Who else have we got? AR Sim Pilot, good grief, miles away still. So I probably won't be able to wait for everybody's touchdown today, sadly, because there are aircraft miles away, still over Stuttgart's AR Sim Pilot. So yeah, we're all sort of spaced out with how busy that event was.
752 at parking 4, ready for push and stop.
Yeah, I certainly did, yeah. Great work.
Israel 752, Roger.
525 nautical miles for our top of descent. We've done the forecast as well. So we've got our winds and everything done. We've got our transition level of 70 put in. Look at that, through flight level 150, winds are going to be 325 at 9 knots. Look at that drop off there between those two flight levels there. Amazing. Phillips ahead of us approaching Dubrovnik.
Delta 1220, Dobrodan Radar, climb flight level 200, identified.
Climb flight level 200, Delta 220.
Yes, Osprey 5563. You've gone over Mostar, slightly different route.
Any chance to push facing west?
Israel 752 negative, then you will face the...
This may contain nuts as well. It's off to LGKR though, so slightly different routes, a couple of different guys there.
Roger.
Neil says, how do I take screenshots on Volanta? So I think that's a Volanta premium feature. But you go into your little cog, a settings cog. I can't show it you without giving away a lot of my personal details. Then you go to screenshots in flight settings. Oh, there we go. Now I can show it you. So if you've got the feature, you can add it in here and you add the folder you want it to save to. So for me it's in my D drive, videos, captures.
Israel 752, are you able to execute the pushback facing west, but to make it a little bit more way back, so that you don't
hit subscribe if you're new to the channel, tuning in for the first time, come say hello in the chat. And don't forget folks, keep smashing the like button, see if we can get to 200 before we throw ourselves into that approach into Mykonos. Eldon says he'd love for us to do the United Airlines hopper flight from Honolulu to Guam, stopping at about 5 islands on the way, all on-nav approaches, United 154, good grief. Didn't even know that existed. What's the flight times between each of the legs, out of curiosity? I just take screenshots in MSFS, so for me I've got the Xbox overlay installed as part of Windows, still active, so I click the Windows key plus G and it'll bring up like an Xbox overlay. I click a screenshot button. If not, some people do use print screen and stick it into Paint as they're flying along and save it. Lands back. Great touchdown rating there, 192 feet per minute, very nice. And our wind now here has dropped right down. Look at that, only 7 knots across the crosswind, which is good because our ground speed's now been able to come slightly up a little bit. Although we were enjoying 500 knots for ground speed almost earlier, away from the UK with a nice powerful tailwind. There you go, Doc says Windows plus print screen for him. Crikey, hopefully Tapsy's okay. He's had to go because he's had a load of missiles reaching near where he lives in Tel Aviv. Hopefully he's all safe.
Turkish 6 Hotel Bravo, monitor Unicom 122.8, bye-bye.
123.8, Turkish 6 Hotel Bravo, thanks for you.
Lucky for some, Neil. Are you connecting to the event, Neil? If so, where are you flying? Don't forget to track your flight. If you're in an Osprey livery as well and you track your flight using LRM via FS Hub with an Osprey call sign, then you will get the little event that we created, the little achievement we created, our manually assigned pilots for completing and taking part in the Midweek Madness event this weekend. Eldon, that sounds pretty cool. I could potentially even do that over a couple of days. Oh, fantastic, Neil. Going to Athens. Beautiful choice. Have you got Fly Tampa's Athens scenery? If not, it's definitely worth buying in future. Don't disconnect just to buy it, though, because you'll lose your slot.
Unicom 122.8, dzięki. Wither 10.
Jan, check you got the latest FSUI PC 7, because I know it's been updated recently. There was one in particular that was really breaking a lot of people's sims.
Uh, 158 Papa, please again, I read you 1 out of 5.
Can request they climb up to flight level 410 for our final cruise.
Okay, now it's better. Approach climb flight level 410.
Yeah, Neil, I'll try not to. Fly Tampa's products, though, are absolutely worth every penny. Their Athens scenery is spectacular. It's really good. I can only say good things about it, to be honest. It blew us away, actually, when we previewed it, or had a little look at it during its release day stream. It was spectacularly well detailed. Things like the emissives around the edges of the terminals and the lights and things just blew us away with how good it was.
Israel 754, runway 30, surface wind calm, clear for takeoff. Clear for takeoff on the 30, Israel 754.
Gary, yeah, still using Physics Autopilot. I'm not using it with the 737 though. Still haven't got the profile for it installed.
Visa 410 Alpha identified, climb flight level 260.
Climbing flight level 260 over there, 410 Alpha.
Christopher says Belfast looks freaking amazing, but doesn't have any reason to fly there. Just too local. Only airlines flying there seem to be Easy and other low-cost carriers. Yeah, real world route wise, a little limited, but some really nice destinations available from Belfast.
Destination in CMD1 Victor, squawk 5234, Austin 6 uniform.
The Midsummer Madness event at Birmingham is also happening tomorrow as well, so same times, 10Z to 19Z. So if you do think, you know what, I want to join a crazy queue for an hour and try and go flying somewhere in VATSIM, then tomorrow you can take part in the event as well.
Scott 406 tower, quick cruise.
Jan, yeah, you like these split scimitars. Cool wing surface, isn't it? Really cool wing design. There was a lot aircraft about 2 months ago at Heathrow, parked up on stand at Terminal 2, and Menzies' truck drove into the split scimitar and damaged it. Pretty much mangled the bottom part of the split scimitar off. So it delayed the flight. The engineers were scratching their heads. They went to the Boeing book, had a little look through the Boeing booklets, the manuals, and they actually found that they could just take off the damaged one. So they left the split scimitar wingtip on the left wing, but just removed it off the right wing. And then they took off and flew back to Poland. Remarkable. Didn't even know you could do that. I thought they would have had to at least take both off. But no, put a bit of extra fuel in, into... What did they do? They put more fuel into the left wing to balance the two, so that there was no significant impact between the different aerodynamics against the two wings, one having a winglet and one not having a winglet, and then they flew back to Poland. Have a good one, Jonathan. Spurring him on to spinning there. Say sail to a Yorkshireman.
Transavia 1 Charlie, request flight level 370.
Transavia 1 Charlie, climb flight level 370.
Climb flight level 370, Transavia 1 Charlie.
Captain Williams says, since the Steam version of MSFS crashes, should I buy the game directly from the Microsoft Store? Not sure, actually. Really not sure. There's usually a reason behind a crash, so it may well be you can isolate something that you've got installed which is the cause of your crash, and therefore you won't need to buy the sim again. You shouldn't need to buy it again. But again, it depends on investigating to try and find out what might be causing the problem with the crash to desktop, perhaps. Spacebar to sort out the drone camera. That just off the wingtip there is a runway, and that is Zeta, I think, which then means split.
There is no traffic in your area prior to your arrival.
Yes. Split's just there. Is that split? No, sorry. The bit we were just looking at was split, I think. Getting my geography mixed up. Yeah. Yeah, Zeta's down there. And further up in Split's the little runway that we've just seen up there. Very nice. Getting my geography confused. Thankfully, Volanta came to the rescue. So I've got the Microsoft Store version, and I don't tend to have many issues with the sim, touch wood, unless I've got some sort of mod or program or add-on causing a problem, effectively. Gary, something like that, yeah. Caused a lot of damage. That was to one of their new 737 Maxes. How are we doing? Not bad at all, actually. Great scenery up ahead. When was the last time we pulled a METAR? 1450Z. So almost an hour ago. So we'll give it another 20 minutes, then we'll pull the latest METAR.
410 Alpha, join split 6 Bravo, arrival via approach runway 04.
Join split 6
Love VATSIM when it's like this.
Arrival via 04 Alpha.
William, fair enough. It's difficult to work out what could be causing the crash to desktop, that's the thing, and it might not necessarily just be because it's installed fast steam.
Adria radar, Dobar dan, Monarch 5630, radio check.
Monarch 5630, Dobar dan, Adria, readability 5 now.
Perfect, available voice.
SM ETA should be at the top of your screen.
Visitor 410 Alpha, descend, flight level 120.
Descending flight level 120, Visitor 410 Alpha.
Monarch 5630, flight level 130 over Peter.
Peter, hello. We're just past Split, and we're inbound we're inbound Dubrovnik at the moment. Dubrovnik's a little further up here somewhere.
Eurowing 8 kilo.
Can't quite see it yet. A little bit further down the coast, the Dubrovnik. About 80 miles to go to overhead Dubrovnik, I think.
I need to backtrack, Austrian 6 uniform.
Austrian 6 uniform, backtrack, line up approach.
Backup line up approved, Austrian 6 uniform.
What we can do, a little bit of admin as we're flying around, we can tune things like the VORs, so Mykonos 110.0. There's no ILS into Mykonos, so we can use... Let's see what else. Use VOR 1 and 2 for both. 100, and we also want KR 1150.
Ready for departure.
So we use KR in VOR 2.
Takeoff, wind 010 degrees, 9 knots.
Clear for takeoff, runway 30, forward 340.
Captain William, it could be your graphics card, absolutely. Check your Windows updates as well, make sure they're up to date. Make sure your Steam program is up to date, if that's something that gets up to date. So there's a hold at Mykonos. 1N0. Now, is there an NDB? I think there is at Mykonos. Yeah, 401. That's alright, we're almost at 401 as well. It's happy days. So we can tune that in too. So we've got an ADF as a backup to VOR1. VOR1 is tuned to Mykonos, and then KR is on VOR2 as well. A little bit of a backup for us. But we're on an RNAV approach, so it shouldn't cause us too many problems. And then in a little while, in about 5-10 minutes, we will pull the latest METAR into Mykonos. We'll have a look at the weather and think, depending on the wind, what airfield is to be used. But it's still likely to be 3-4, unless the weather's changed significantly. If it's 1-6, then it's a circling approach only, which is pretty tricky at the best of times, without the gusts of 30 odd knots.
Lufthansa 6 Echo Kilo Heavy, Dobrodan Adria radar contact, join Sierra Papa Lima, 2 Bravo, arrival Air
Yeah, spectacular part of the world to fly around.
Sierra Papa Lima 2 Bravo, arrival for Lufthansa 6 Echo Kilo.
And Lufthansa 6 Echo Kilo, if unable to comply, are you able for a visual approach via Sierra Papa Lima VOR in that case?
Say again for Lufthansa 6 Echo Kilo.
Almost over Dubrovnik.
6 Echo Kilo, I will need you to confirm that you are able to execute the start itself due to your aircraft performance, and in case you are unable to execute the arrival procedure, you may be able to execute the visual approach from Sierra Papa Lima.
Oh no, we are professionals, we are absolutely able for the anti Lufthansa 6 Echo Kilo.
6 Echo Kilo, perfect.
He's got a visual approach into Split, very cool.
Airwing set Kilo, thank you. Called you for 5 times. Descent flight level 130.
Descent 130, Eurowings 8 kilo.
Oh, nice. Decent deal. 60 quid for Premium Deluxe MSFS or CD keys.
Climb flight level identified and climb flight level 360.
Climb flight level 360 for left 340.
Adria radar, good evening. This is Speedbird 280 Tango, flight level 370, inbound Varana.
Those farms down below.
Call you. Austrian 6 uniform identified, climb flight level 220.
Climb flight level 220, Austrian 6 uniform.
That's a strong crosswind MPS gaming.
And Austrian 6 uniform, clear direct, steer me.
Direct me, Austrian 6 uniform.
So a little look on the nose now. We should
Adria radar, Speedbird 280
sort this out a little bit. Make sure the heading bug is aligned. Should see Dubrovnik. There it is. So Dubrovnik City's just that blob there below and on top of the wiper, and then Dubrovnik Airport is that little concrete strip there further down. Can't really see it all that well from here.
1009.
Oh, look at that. Contrails of an aircraft below, folks. Awesome. There he is. You see his little lights flashing away. That is... Let's find the call sign. MXU 16 Bravo. Whatever that call sign is. Zipping through the sky below us there. Very cool. And there's another one. Set of contrails towards Dubrovnik. Epic. You know what, Rav? I'm not sure. Oh, look, that aircraft's just turned left.
Lot 6 Victor Whiskey, final flight level 3.
Eagle 1, hello to you, welcome. Enjoying the stream, always professional in form and function. Great to hear, thank you very much. Not sure what that aeroplane's doing, but he's going back and forth.
Ryanair 6 Victor Whiskey.
Will you be possibly giving X-Plane 12 a go? You know what? I'm really not sure. Undecided. What are we there? Mirror 5.4. Okay, 5.2 for Nera. Happy days, we're still over.
Eurowings 8 kilo, Unicom 1228, bye bye.
1228, Eurowings 8 kilo.
Maybe we should check, Rab says. Maybe. Let's go. 737, 700, crosswind, limit. 25 knots.
In the box, 7675 for James United.
Madness. There's Dubrovnik down below. Great approach. If you can get the approach that brings you in past the city and then up into the valley there, straight up in this direction that we're flying in at the moment, absolutely spectacular approach into Dubrovnik. Similarly, from the other direction, you come in through this little valley into Dubrovnik, and it's so scenic. Scenic, you know what I mean? Great approach.
07, disregard, climb flight level 340.
Flight level 340,
I think the next frequency for us is going to be 1228. Sounds like he's flying at a DC-6.
Bravo, Victor, X-ray 4007, Dobrodan Adria, identified. Ryanair 6, Victor Whiskey, contact VN radar frequency 135.625, do slušanja.
So VAS Airplane Toolbox, we do all our calculations on that. We're expecting a landing weight around 58 tonnes. Engine bleeds on, both reversers, and obviously we want the latest METAR as well. And the winds are 360 degrees at 24 knots, gusting 34 knots. And it's recommending at that speed and altitude and everything else, we want flap 30 and max auto brake. Or we could use auto brake 3. Auto brake 3 will give us 230 meters left before the end, and obviously we need to do a backtrack at Mykonos. So we could use auto brake 3. It means we'll actually be on the runway for less time. But for the purpose of playing it safe, we'll use auto brake max, I think. Have that 713 meter margin for error, margin for safety. 450 is what we want here in the landing altitude knob. And then we can
786 join rail in 1 Yankee arrival Verna Victor 23.
LGMK. Yeah, winds are 360 degrees, 24 knots, gusting 34 knots. But it's pretty. Well, there's only a couple of knots crosswind. It's a 1 knot crosswind with a 23 knot headwind, which actually plays into our favour. The danger of the gusts, though, is that we could be flying our final approach speed at the gust, and all of a sudden the gust stops, and then we're all of a sudden flying far too slowly, and we risk stalling. So that's where the wind shear for the headwind gets really dangerous.
Contact VN frequency 129.125. Bye bye.
QNH 1005.
129.125.
So we're going to go LGMK arrivals. We're going to ignore the approaches. We're just going to set RNAV 34 via Varix. It's going to warn us there, unable 250 at Varix. That's fine. Let's just execute it. It will keep warning us throughout the journey. We can just step through this and have a little look at the charts, see what it's displaying for us. We go to Kea. There we are, and we zoom in. Kea direct to Varix at or above 7,000. And then we're in for the approach. It's quite a steep approach from what I remember last time. We want to be at Varix at 7,000, so I might just tinker this. So we want 250 below slash flight level 70.
Adria, very good afternoon. This is Ryanair 9 Uniform Foxtrot, flight level 370.
Ryanair 9 Uniform Foxtrot, over than Adria, radar contact.
That's better. So now I've told the airplane I want to be at Varix at 70. Mike Kilo 512 is 3,000 feet.
-8 Uniform Alpha.
Negative 38 hotel.
Actually, I want to change that as well. So I can make some changes on the fly to suit what I need. Mike Kilo 510 is slightly out above 2,000. The next one is mandatory 2,000 at 508, which is fine. That's perfect. 151 there on approach estimated, and then runway 34. So that looks pretty nice in that sense. We go to fix, and we can add around the Mykonos VOR MKN. Fix of 6 miles and a fix of 10 miles. That'll do. We can also extend the centre line if we want to, so we can do runway 34, and you'll see in a minute on this chart, if we step through in a bit, we'll do 337 for 5 miles. And 157 for about 5 miles. It's going to extend the centre line for us. So, step, 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 step. There we go. So the green line's there. We've extended the centre line through the through the runway itself. So we've got that big green line cutting through.
Good evening, Lufthansa 220, crossing level 303, climbing level 350 and bound to Southwark.
Lufthansa 2 Yankee, dobar dan, Adria, radar contact.
Might just change that. Might change the fix slightly. Just do 337 slash and then 157.
Alpha 410 Alpha, request for the descent.
This is 410 Alpha, you're cleared for the VR.
Cleared for the VR with 410 Alpha.
That's a bit neater. There we are. We come off back onto map. We can increase the range back up to about 160 or so. Neil, you should get it runway 33 and it should be an ADMEX 1 mic departure. Similar routing to what we had out today.
Unicom 1 to 2 Smite, Jet 8 Uniform Alpha, bye bye.
Radar, hello, Egypter 732 with you at flight level 370.
Egypter 732, dobar dan, Adria, identified.
Attacking 15, we've got 5.1 tonnes of fuel and we want 4.6 as the estimated on the OFP. So as long as we're around 4.6 or slightly above, we're in a good place. We've still got 291 nautical miles to top descent. We've made some really good progress actually. David's ETA is 1641. Wow, David, that's epic. 1701Z for me.
Lufthansa 6 Echo Kilo, descent flight level 130.
It's a lot later than I anticipated. So we should have been landing about now. That's how much of a delay we've had at Birmingham.
Runway 04, wind 040 degrees, 14 knots, clear to land.
Runway 04 clear to land with Air 410 Alpha.
So with you.
Condor 059 dobar dan, Adria, identified, clear direct Nera.
Adria radar, Maximus Air Cargo 16 Bravo, on flight level 230.
Cargo Max 16 Bravo, dobar dan, Adria, identified, join Rodic to Zulu arrival. Information is Delta.
Information Delta, Bravo 2, Maximus Air Cargo 16 Bravo, confirm.
Right, I'm back. Just popped out very briefly then, off down to the fridge. Top up, grab a gin and tonic. It is the evening now, after all. David, yeah, no worries at all. It's great progress. Wheeljet's just touched down, very nice. And of course now, as this time of the evening, over as far as sort of Greece, we can expect, as we tend to get when we fly into Mykonos, the sun to start to come down as well. So hoping for a very nice sunset potentially. It's going to be about 8 PM local time when we touch down. There's a TCAS alert, he's going the other way. Wind shear warning at Mykonos from David. Whoa, awesome. It's on the METAR, wind shear as well. Winds now for the updated METAR are 350 degrees at 23 knots, gusting 33 knots. Epic. Really looking forward to this approach. It's going to be challenging. It's going to be good fun. Got some really nice gin at the moment, for those of you who like gin. It's a Tasmanian gin from Australia. Shaquille should be at the top of your screen, buddy. I think maybe an hour. 45 minutes, there we go. 45 minutes to landing. Thankfully we're doing Mach decimal 81. We've literally been at the clackers from the beginning of the flight. So we are as fast as we can go. We've changed our cruise to 370, so we're being a little bit more efficient on the fuel so we can afford to fly a bit quicker. We're trying to make up that time. And we're doing right. Look at that for a coastline view. Spectacular down there. That is so stunning. That, I know the wing is a bit weird being in the way, but that is such a stunning view. Ooh, that's weird. Nah, unbelievable, Neil. Cost index is out the window now, Leo. We were cost index 30, but we've managed. We're just on a normal sort of speed mode now. We've selected Mach 81 as the target only. Almost out to Unicom at Pindo.
Good afternoon, Foxtrot Echo Whiskey, flight level 320.
Classical sheet music is back.
Foxtrot Whiskey November Echo Whiskey with you. Good afternoon, flight level 320.
John Robson, welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing. Amazing Maze, hello to you. And Jenna Fernandez, hello as well. Jim, yeah, it depends what gin you've got, but also what you pair it with. So you've got to have a decent tonic that will make the gin work. Roku gin is my favourite. Japanese botanicals infused into it is just spectacular. I've got some very nice Hendrix Luna Luna gin, a special edition from the missus for my birthday the other week.
Delta 220, could you read that?
Unicom, bye.
Carson, you can set them. You can set them. Have a little search on my channel for custom views. There's a couple of videos I've created that show you how to set them. There's a few files I've put onto flightsim.to that you can use as well if you just want to take a bit of a shortcut, but you can set lots of custom views on lots of aircraft. Yeah, Schweppes has got a whole extra dynamic to it, isn't it? To be honest, I'll confess, I like the cheap Tesco own brand tonic water. It pretty much almost matches Schweppes for flavour, but at 30p instead of £2. Ah, Philip, you've just about had a caipirinha.
Polar 340 level off, flight level 310.
They are awesome. In Brazil, I used to have caipirinha quite a lot. and they're so strong but super tasty. It's made with like a sugary liqueur type version of vodka. Spectacular drink, Caipirinha. Very popular in Brazil. Spectacular fine, good afternoon to you. Very well, thank you. An hour and a half on the ground at Birmingham for our delay today, but we're trying to make a bit of time back. I think we'll have made back about 30 minutes, which is good going. Like a pro pilot. Christopher agreed. Very expensive and fairly average, I think, Fever Tree. I focus on more the sugar-free type tonics as well now, because there's a lot of sugar put into tonic water, and I think it's unnecessary, so I end up going for the sugar-free stuff. Great views. One of my favourite parts of the world to fly around in the sim here, and in real life as well. It's spectacular too. Japan as well is up there. Indo. So from there we know that we're going to be on to Unicom. We can have a little poke through here. So from Varix, there's no discontinuities between Kea and Varix, which is fine, that's good. There's our missed approach information. 216 nautical miles to top of descent. Still got a way to go.
Lot 581, dobry dan Adria Raider contact, join Kudul 1 Bravo.
Jim, wow. Actually, for things like the cold and the flu, I've had in the past some, what's it called? It's a whiskey, Drambuie. Shot of Drambuie on ice, loads of ice to make it super chilled, and all of the botanicals, the herbs, the spices in the Drambuie smash the cold away. Really good. Obviously you can only drink if you're over age in the country where you reside. With disclaimer. Skiathos ramp is fantastic. Yeah, Orbeck Skiathos, wonderful scenery. Getting some stutters here at the moment with some scenery, but I did leave quite a bit of scenery in the region installed here. Flight Tampers Athens, Split, a couple of others as well in the area. I've left them all installed.
Polar 340, contact Dubrovnik Radar frequency 123.6, ciao ciao.
Christopher, yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? I'm looking forward to my Hendrix gin. Super smooth.
Osprey 165, Unicom 128, bye bye.
1228 for Osprey 165, thanks, have a good night.
Adria Control, lot 581 with request.
Mike Reed just landed at Mykonos and there's nowhere to park. Good grief. Oh yeah. There's a TBM there apparently. There's Mikey Reed, A320neo. Edelweiss 591 Lean parked up as well. Gavs on approach into Mykonos, Osprey 722 from Birmingham. And then we've got Easy 1817 into Mykonos just behind him, followed by Badger, who's flying offline on BMI 919, British Midland. And then there's a big old gap to... Oh, where's Philip? I see Transavia 1 Charlie flying into Mykonos, Boeing 737-800 alongside us. Can't see Philip anymore though. So, Osprey 5563, there we go. He's just over Larissa at the moment, central Greece. probably about 10 minutes ahead of us. Getting some weird little stutters from the sim, aren't we? We can hear every now and again the sound cuts off a little bit. We always get this about 3.5 hours into a flight on the sim at the moment. Frames are holding up though. They're still at our capped 35 maximum frames per second. And apparently we've only got 36 minutes to go. The whole of Birmingham is in Mykonos now. You know what, I'm surprised we haven't seen lots of departures out of Birmingham to places like Split, Dubrovnik, Skiathos, Athens, Kos, you know, all the Greek island destinations, Mykonos, Santorini, all that sort of thing. Corfu, baby. Mykonos and Skiathos are the best though. We're still good on V-Pilot. We're on Unicom now though, of course. There is a an event, by the way, folks, this evening at the moment, running at the moment, into Kiev's Boryspil International Airport. If you want to fly into the Ukraine, the beautiful Ukraine, Slava Ukraine. That's an event that's on tonight. Started about an hour ago, I think. Neil says clearance is offline for 10 minutes. So, do you have a ground controller? Could you get your clearance from ground controller? There's usually, if delivery's now gone offline at Birmingham, you could connect to ground and request clearance that way, unless they've put a stop on departures or a delay on clearance for 10 minutes, and then you'll just have to wait on frequency perhaps. Our optimum cruise now is flight level 383. Very little to gain though from any changes now. We can go to our approach page and we can pop in about 58 tons. I'll put in 58.2, 58.1. Slight overestimation. It's going to give us a rough V speeds, or approach speed of 133 knots there. Might pop that into the box now. And we'll compare it nearer to about 10,000 feet. See what it gives us at that point. Runway 34 is 337 degrees. Now it's not going to help us too much, the RNAV, but I will set nav1's course to 337. So as we're flying the approach here, I've got a visual reference, know exactly what our track should be to the runway as we hand fly the final element of the RNAV approach. And we've still got a little way to go before top of descent, and prior to top of descent we'll refresh the METAR, we'll get the latest weather information, we'll make sure our approach data is all set and our aircraft is configured, things like auto brake to max and all that sort of thing. One of the things we've got to consider with auto brake on max is the second it feels weight on wheels, i.e. the main carriage, the main wheels into the belly of the aeroplane, it will apply the brakes. So we've actually got to hold the nose back a little bit to allow it to settle down nicely on the runway, otherwise it will smack the nose down fairly hard on max auto brake. Neil, so they've put a clearance delay on as well. Must be super busy at Birmingham still. Let's have a look. So there's us at the moment. Greek airspace, Thessaloniki off to the east by about 90, 100 miles, maybe less than that. And our routing's taking us all the way up through this weather. Look at that weather there, coming out of, there must be an event between Vienna and somewhere down here. There's a huge train of aircraft going off down here. The Ukraine event's on. Ukraine approach into Kiev. We look into Birmingham. Look at that. Absolute chaos. Super busy. We go to the ground. That's the situation on the ground at Birmingham at the moment. So it is as busy as we left it. Start to finish every year. Once a year this event happens. Midsummer Madness over Saturday and a Sunday. And it is busy from start to finish. The second the event begins, the airport's full, and it's great. Ian says Parma's majorly busy tonight. Oh, there we go. So Jan's saying there the event through Vienna and Parma. Sumavo, make sure prior to your top of descent, so in this instance for example, we can reset the MCP altitude, but it will not descend. We've got to be in VNAV mode. So make sure your VNAV is active before your top of descent. Rab, yeah, you're right there. Absolutely. Well deserved too. There's our top of descent marker just coming in at Zorki in about 110 nautical miles. I reckon hour and a half delay on the ground, and it's given us maybe 30 minutes back. Now we've been able to chomp away at the flight time with speed management, altitude management, that sort of thing. Some good going. Yeah, Shaquille, not too bad, is it? It's not quite the hour and a half chased back, but a third of it's pretty good going. That's rather ominous for stutters, isn't it? Doesn't like drone camera. It's probably because MXI's Thessaloniki is quite close. Fly Tampa's Athens is quite close. Orbex's Skiathos is quite close. There's a lot of scenery it's thinking about potentially rendering in. That Greek airspace already, absolutely smashing it. I mean, we can't fly any quicker. But we've done a pretty good job. Neil, 10 minutes isn't too bad for push start clearance. We had an hour yesterday for push and start clearance. Shaquille, yeah, round about. So we're supposed to push back at 12:15 Z, and I don't think we actually left until 13:15 or 13:30 Z, so we were quite delayed. Oh no Athens radar, sadly. They're always fantastic as well whenever they're online, but none today. Rather surprising though, because if we go back to Valanta, if I zoom out, pretty much most of Europe is online, right? Look at that. Look at all of that blue. All of these sectors here that are all highlighted, they're all areas that our controllers are all online at. London Control still online. There's a gap here between France, Netherlands, a little bit of Bremen radar as well, Langen radar, they're offline. But most of Eastern Europe from Munich, so sort of Central Europe from Munich all the way across as far as the other side of Ukraine, all online. Spitfire RAF, so I've seen quite a few people say that they're getting crashed to desktops with the MK Studios Dublin. So if you've got MK Studios Dublin, it may well be that you're getting a crash to desktop related to that, because I've seen quite a few people reporting CTDs with that scenery over the last month, but no word from MK Studios. Watching my frame rate counter. I'm waiting for the next little stutter. Every now and again, when we do get the stutter, it drops to about 24 frames per second all of a sudden, and then goes straight back up to 35. Absolutely, Dwell. And they're usually online as well, aren't they? It's now 30 minutes, Neil says. If you've been told 10 minutes, Neil, and you've got your clearance already, that's good going. You can always reconnect the ground power unit and turn the APU off though. Like we did on departure today out of Birmingham. What we did is we left the ground power unit connected. Eventually we connected the air conditioning unit as well, and just ran that to power the aircraft until near the time a couple of aeroplanes ahead of us in the queue started to get handed over to ground, and then once we passed over to ground we started the APU ready for a pushback, and that saved a lot of fuel. And then that single engine taxi as well, we burnt about 500 kilos of fuel, Neil, in the end, so bear that in mind with your fuel calculations, how much you might need. Something going on in the sim. Every now and again the frames, when you hear that stutter, that crackle, the frames drop to about 5 all of a sudden, and then just as quick they recover back to 35. We've already disabled the toolbar pushback, so not really sure what it could be. I'll turn it back on and see what happens. I'll toggle it back on. Okay, so top of descent starting to come up. We'll refresh the METAR one final time. 350 at 23, gusting 33. QNH is at 1005, so let's get that set in the standby box. 1005. 27 degrees, and we need to put the minimums in as well for the RNAV approach, which we went through earlier on. 1,180 feet. I'm not sure if this goes up beyond 900. Well, it doesn't like that. 1,180. Dink. There we go. So on the PFD down here, we've set our rough approach speeds, 133 over the threshold, barrow of 180, and the standard pressure of 1005 for the local QNH. And we've configured for the RNAV approach as well. That's rather confusing. Let me change this to 337 as well, so they don't overlap one another, because that's VOR2 being tracked at the moment, which is Kia. Might flick this across now. We tracking the other one? Not just yet. We shall hang fire on that one then. So, on the checklist, destination weather's been obtained, the arrival date is set, the landing altitude is checked at 450, radios are set, lock ILS frequency and course. They're not applicable in this instance, but we've set nav 1 and 2 to the VORs nearby. ADF 1 as well is pre-tuned to Mykonos if we need an NDB. Wing engine anti-ice as required, and warning recall check. MCP altitude, we're going to reset the altitude. What do we want to go down to? Now it's going to be the lowest point possible for a continuous approach. We'll just set it to 2,000. We'll aim for the aeroplane to go all the way down to 2,000 for our final approach in. So we can set 2,000. You can do this as early as you like. Altimeter set, minimums are set, and approach and missed approach briefed. So, those of you who weren't watching earlier on, we're going direct in from Kea, which is this VOR, straight to Varix, which is just over the Syros airport, little Syros Island. In at Varix at 7,000 feet roughly, and then we've got Mykonos just a couple of miles ahead of that. On Varix, we're going direct to into the RNAV approach. There's no stars, so into Vakva, MK512 at 3,000 feet, which is just in the centre of the charts there. That RNAV star, max 230 knots, 067 degrees to MK510, max 210 knots, down to about 2,000 feet, roughly at around about MK510. We have to be at 2,000 feet by MK508. And then we'll be configuring for our final approach, which is only 5 miles to the threshold at that point in time. There's our minimums. LNAV only, so the descent is down to us. And CFDA means that they've already added 50 feet in for our missed approach. So if we have to declare a go around, it's already factored in the extra 50 feet to spool the engines up and begin to climb away inside the minimums there of 1180 feet. Missed approach is the dashed line. So if we do declare a go around due to wind shear or anything else, it's going to be climbed to 3,500 feet, direct to MK590, after overflying runway 34. Then to 592, so it's basically flying runway heading for about 5 miles. Then MK594, not 596, and then into the Mykonos VOR and hold at the Mykonos VOR over the airfield basically. About 3,500 feet, which is compulsory, maximum speed of 230 knots on the right hand side there. It's a very short runway, 1,900 metres long, landing at runway 34, and we're very unlikely to be able to stop by Alpha 1. But we'll try. If not, we've got to go all the way down to the end, backtrack, vacate Alpha 1 to the stand, and there's only 7 stands for us available there. Quite a narrow runway as well, it's 30 metres wide. So we're going to need auto brake max. And that is the next bit on our checklist. Auto brake set as required. So set max, like so. Now we're almost at top of descent, about 30 miles. Prior to hitting that, we've got one final thing to do, That is selected VNAV mode, but I'm going to hold the speed at 8.1 for as long as possible first. And then we've got to go through transition, set altimeter below 10,000 feet. We check we're depressurizing normally, landing lights go on, the runway turn-off lights go on, and the seatbelt signs go on as required before then committing to our approach. ATV is roughly where Athens is. I think that there's a concrete blob there which could be Athens Airport. In fact, no, cancel that. That's Athens Airport. You see the big concrete square? Incredible scenery by Fly Tampa there. One of the best. TCAS alert there, just on the screen. Just showing us that he's nearby, basically. He's still 40 miles away from us though, so he's not anywhere near a threat or a risk. 19 miles to top of descent. Rab, welcome back. "30 miles between Kea and Barracks." That's something we've got to monitor. We've got to decelerate in that time from 275 knots or so to below 250 as we go through 10,000 feet as well. So from memory of having done this particular approach in the past via Kea into Varix, it's quite steep, and quite often you end up needing to use speed brake in flight detent to help you get down and control that speed a bit. Okay, 10 miles to go, 9 miles. We're going to go back to VNAV mode now. MCP altitude is set. So now I'm telling the aeroplane I want you to manage the VNAV entirely, which also means the speed. A little bit bumpy over the mountains to the north of Athens. Lap 30, 715, 713 meters for the runway length. 133 knots. That's 138 knots if we add the 5 for the approach. And then 133 over the threshold. And we're at top of descent already now, so down we go. Wally, and we're still flying. I reckon we're just going to get lucky. There's Athens, look at that. Well, you know what, I've just finished it. Well, today's anyway. I'm at work tomorrow. They've cancelled one of my days off. Crazy dial, isn't it? I've refreshed it once. It was recording everything but indicated airspeed. Mykonos, the party island. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed today. The immersion at Birmingham, the sheer levels of busy, crazy, sort of managed chaos, organised chaos at Birmingham Airport. Great job by the controllers. And then a flight across Europe, over the Alps, down the Adriatic coast, and over Greece. Densely populated Athens down below. See if we can capture that from the outside, perhaps. Even if the sim doesn't like it, we shall try nevertheless. There's Athens. I'm more interested in the city at the moment. That'll do. Drone camera's making me nervous today. Rab, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. I'll try my best. Such great scenery. That would be the ATV VOR that we've just passed. Now we're going to have to monitor. David's down already, fantastic. Monitor the VNAV path, make sure that's all looking good. Kaya's coming up, we've got one aircraft ahead of us. So speed's important to watch here. As we descend, the rate of descent might mean that the speed creeps up and we're on idle, and we'll have to be careful of that. Therefore, we might need flight to 10. How was your touchdown, David? On the checks, nav course frequency, we check that when that's not required, and it's going to be the extension of the flaps. Approach mode isn't required for this either, particular approach. Gear down, auto, yep, happy days. Always think one step ahead of the aeroplane. Think aeroplanes like this and the CRJ, really important. We've got an aircraft that's 1,200 feet ahead of us, above us, sorry. Two on TCAS in fact now, look. He's about to go past us apparently. There he is. Looks like a Norwegian, perhaps. Got the red nose. Good effort, David. Top job. There we go. Our speed's crept up a little bit. It's fine as it is at the moment. If it creeps up beyond sort of 285 knots, then we know that we're losing the speed battle a little bit. We might need flight to 10. Get them spoilers out the wings. 10 minutes to landing. But that is an 80-mile range ring, I think. It is. So 60 miles to Mykonos. The VNAV in this is fantastic. If it's got the information it needs, it does a great job. That's the island of Kea. And then beyond that, the larger island there, Syros. Followed by Mykonos. Further out. That's Mykonos there, I think. That island just there. That Mykonos? Yes. Almost there, folks. Yeah, and then that larger one there is Naxos. Flight level 200. Descent speed's looking good as well. David, have a good one. Thanks for flying. Well, that's bank angle collar back round to max 30 degrees. It's got that odd little hiccup that it's doing at the moment. Rather does... gets a little bit nervy, doesn't it? And nervy. Let's get rid of the pushback thing now again. And turning left at Kea. Mykonos traffic, Osprey 165, Boeing 737 overhead Kea inbound direct Varix. For the RNAV approach, runway 34 will report Varix. Mykonos traffic. Keeping an eye on the speeds all the time. Let's flick that across now so they're both on Mykonos. I'll pop that on ADF1 as well because I think that was the Mykonos NDB. That might help us. No, we don't need it. If we need to, I'll flick it across for the missed approach. Gary probably won't have time for the replay camera today, sadly. We're an hour and a half later than I intended to be with that delay on the ground. Ooh, MPS Gaming. How many aircraft are on the... how many stands are free at Mykonos at the moment? That's the worry. 150 likes, folks. Thank you very much. Glad you're enjoying it. Almost 3,000 views today. Mega. Yeah, let's see if seatbelt signs can go on. I think I left them on over the Alps, didn't I? Whoopsie. They'll be really pleased. Salvatore, welcome on board. Aldred as well, hello to you. $15,000, barracks at 7, so it looks like we're on profile. The little arrow there tells us our VNAV path is looking pretty good too. Sim with Elliot, welcome back. Just in time for the meaty side of the flight today. That is Mykonos. The airport's here somewhere around the middle bit, which is why there's significant wind shear quite often here, because you're kind of flying in over the water and then all of a sudden you're over the hills and the winds sweep over the hills. Winds at the moment are 360 degrees at 23 knots, gusting 33 knots. Reports of wind shear, QNH 1005, which is what we've got set there. And we're going to go through 10,000 in a moment. So this is where the deceleration becomes important. We've got to time it all right. Lefty Labs, hello. Luke, I haven't said it yet, but really enjoying the stream today. Thanks for your hard work putting things together today and every day. You're most welcome. I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's been good fun. I do like a busy event like Birmingham's Midsummer Madness. Dodo, good question. It depends on how well optimised they are. So some of them don't really impact anything at all. And some of them have got quite a significant impact. Tapsy says check the DMs. Ooh dear. Let's have a look. Oh, so close. The alignment of the lines in the back of the 737-600 paint, Tapsy, are actually really close. The blue's perfect, and the grey at the bottom is perfect with the white band. It's that little bit of red and navy blue, that little bit there, tiny section. Unless there's a second image I haven't seen. Oh, there we go. Oh, you legend. He's done it, folks. It looks like he's managed to get the problematic section of the tail on the texture of the livery, folks, for the Boeing 737-600 completed. There's Mykonos. Is that Mykonos? Hold on. No, that's Syros. Oh my god. It'd help if the pilot knew where he was flying. That's Mykonos there, that little island in the middle of the screens, folks. I'm pretty certain that's Mykonos. Yes, we're overflying Syros at the moment. Good grief. There's a retro 737-600 paint coming soon then from Tapsy for Osprey Airways. Very exciting. It looks brilliant. It looks really good. Can't wait for you guys to be enjoying that. So we've lost our VNAV path a little bit there. So let's help the aeroplane out. Let's go flight detent with some speed brakes. Let's be proactive with this. Let's get it back on profile. We'll let that rate of descent come down. Ah, Captain Squid, that's not good. There goes the profile again. There's that arrow coming up. And let's get rid of the flight detent as well. Through 10. Got to make sure the lights and signs are on. Pop the logo lights on as well, why not? It's getting a bit darker now, isn't it? Okay. We are set. We'll hand fly most of the way in on the RNAV, I think. Once we're lined up with the runway. And flight level 70 is our transition altitude into Mykonos as well, so we've got to be careful of, we've got to slow down the aeroplane, we've got to continue our rate of descent to 2,000 feet, change to local pressure, and manage the approach. Tapsy, almost genuinely, guys, almost did give up. Thought it might have been one challenge too much, but he's absolutely smashed it. Very nice. Hope you're okay, Brian. Thanks for joining us. Oh, lots of buffeting. Mykonos traffic, Osprey 165 is passing barracks, flight level 70 and descending 2,000 feet for the RNAV approach runway 34. We'll report final. Mykonos traffic. Let's bring that speed down. We'll do 220. We'll use the fact that we're over the profile slightly. Tapsy says, there we go in the chat there, the Osprey livery for the 737-600 will be available to download sometime today. That's it, Shaquille. I'd rather it buffer now, like you say, than at 50 feet. Could you imagine? All of this hard work, an hour and a half of ground delays at Birmingham, bringing us into a 5-hour-long stream, and then a crash to desktop at the end would be hideous, wouldn't it? Majek, thank you very much. There's Mykonos. In fact, that there in the middle of the screen, building, is the terminal. Neil, good man. Enjoy. Let's do a final check here. And it's suggesting 134 knots. That's fine. We'll just make sure that's calculated in properly. What caused the delay, Brian? Insane amounts of traffic at Birmingham with the Midsummer Madness event. An hour and a half in the end. Hiyo, hello to you, welcome. VNav's looking good, speed's trickling down ever so slowly, that's fine. Here we are, look at that. The best livery in flight sim, hands down. Although you guys probably say I would say that. How spectacular. Bit of flight detent, help slow the airplane down a bit more. We'll go to about 180 now. So this is just trying to maybe make an extra 1 or 2 minutes on the approach by flying a little bit quicker. Oh, love a bit of pizza. Flap 5. 1,000 above. MPS Gaming can see the lights. There's the airport. Let's get rid of the music. Speed brake can go away, and now speed brake armed. Thanks, John. It has indeed. We'll go to 600 feet per minute now. Actually, we'll go to 800. 1,000 feet per minute, why not? We want 139 knots. Let's set that. Lap 10.
2500.
FMC resets. Drag required after MK 510. That's fine. We've got that warning. That's now. We are already on profile anyway. It's all good. Centurio, welcome. How are you doing? For the turn into Mykonos. So we're going to hold 2,000, which is now. Speed's going to go down. What are we? 10 miles. 2,000. Gear down. Flap 15. We're going to hold the flap 15 speed actually, 150 knots. Flap 25. Keep the flaps extending. Why not? Let's go flap 30. Mykonos traffic Osprey 165 is final 8 miles, runway 34 to land. Mykonos traffic. Ignition modes go to continuous. Flaps are all set. Landing gear is confirmed down autopilot. We're ignoring CMDB because we're on an RNAV, LNAV only approach. Go around altitude 3,500 is now set, and autopilot and auto throttle as required. So we'll go to 139. Bring this into 5. Wolf Dog, I would love to, but the sim's being a little unstable at the moment, and we're actually an hour and a half longer than I anticipated, so I've run out of time. Auto throttle off, autopilot off. Let's clear the horns, and we're going to fly this visual approach. Why not? Lap 30, that's all down. Auto brake set, speed brake is armed. Ground speed's about 124. So we want about 650, 700 foot per minute. Oops, that's a bit too quick. Just be proactive in recovering that, and we'll trim accordingly. We're going to get rid of the flight directors, and then we're going to recycle them. Okay. Visual approach. Bit of wind shear there. Look, see the speed shoot up to 145 knots all of a sudden. We're going to reduce the throttle. That's going to actually make the aeroplane sink. It's going to increase our rate of descent. A little bit of a crosswind.
Approaching minimums.
Look at that. Spectacular.
Minimums.
Make sure we've reset our views. That gust has now dropped off. Yeah, this is interesting. It's always Mykonos. See, look at that for wind shear. Whoa. You know what? We've got it. We won't go around. Technically that should be a go around, but we've got it. We're ignoring the 4 red because we've got a nice visual approach here.
100.
Ah, you know what? We can't.
50.
Osprey 165 going around due to wind shear. So heading select mode. What do we want? 337. Right, let's go. 37. Gear up. Watching our speed. Flaps 15. We'll vector ourselves. TGN, yeah, so there's a 10 knot crosswind. Sorry, a headwind, a 20 knot headwind with the wind shear. The second, we just have to wait for this horn to deactivate here. The cutoff never works. There we go. Fuel's fine. 3 what you call it? 3 tons. We haven't got anyone on approach yet, so we will use the opportunity to vector ourselves back round for another attempt at this. Yeah, so 20 knot headwind. What happens then? Interesting. Lost the ability to do altitude hold. Let's go to 3,000 and just make sure it's set there. Yeah, so 20 knot headwind. We're flying in, and we're nice and stable. All of a sudden, that bear in mind we're on an approach speed.
585, 6 mile final, runway 34.
Okay, that's good. What will then happen is at 10 knots that suddenly disappears for the airspeed makes us fly too slow, so we just sink. We fall out the sky effectively. What was the back course? It was 16 something, wasn't it? 157 degrees. We'll use 165 to get a little wider, and I'll leave flaps 10, and we'll leave speed 180 at 3000. Mykonos traffic, Osprey 165, turning onto the left downwind, 3000 feet, speed 180 knots. I believe number 2 to traffic on final, Mykonos traffic. So now we're flying in an inverted circuit in a 737. Ah, dear. John literally could have crossed the pond. There's the aircraft on final approach there. Wind shear is what brings down an aeroplane. Did not expect that today. 158. Right, we'll do 157 heading. We're going to get a slight bit of drift out anyway, so we're going to go slightly wider. .8 on the fuel. 180 knots at flaps 10 is quite nice. Let's pop that back down here. Reese, howdy. We did a go around. It was a bit of a sink, which we just about saved, and then we became a bit unstable. We had another gust, and it pushed us up, basically. So we went from losing the headwind gust, and therefore sinking rapidly towards terrain out of nowhere, to getting the gust back, having just recovered the profile almost, to kind of save the approach. We then found that all of a sudden we were too high, and it was just going to become unstable. So we'll go again.
Mykonos traffic, Osprey 585.
Mykonos is dangerous. Let's go to 400 foot per minute, 500 foot per minute, down to 2,000 feet. MK 508's coming up. That's basically a BMUS now, so that pseudo waypoint round about here, MK 508 for the RNAV approach. It's going to give us that, but we can see the extended centre line that we need to line up against here. I'm going to say that's about 10 miles, so about 8 miles. .170. Mykonos traffic, Osprey 165 is turning a 8 mile left base for runway 34. John, I wish. I wish. Mykonos is notoriously dangerous.
2,500.
And now we're having to just self-vector ourselves. Michael, hello. North Kynes, new to the channel. Welcome aboard. Great to have you here with us today. Hope you're enjoying it. Hope you're enjoying the carnage. 170, 138 is what we want for approach. Altitude acquired at 2,000. 2.8 tons of fuel. 2.1 is our minimums to then divert back to Athens. So if we can't get in this time, we're cutting it fine for one more go around. We might then have to divert to Athens. Mykonos traffic, Osprey 165's turning final, runway 34, 8 miles. Gear down, flap 15, set 337, and set 160. In fact, 150 will do. And I'm not doing too badly actually there, lining up with the runway. Just about see it, maybe got to come right slightly. Let's come right 5 or so degrees. Flap 15. Flaps 25 is set. .138, flap 30, 337, check our position, that's looking quite nice. Let's try again folks. Auto throttle, autopilot, my controls. Just sorting out the thrust, as we did manual toga, because we're hand flying this, we can't just click the toga screw. We've got to actually set thrust as we need it. Currently a 26 knot headwind, which is great until it gusts 36, and then all of a sudden we correct for that. And if it's a prolonged gust, we then find that very quickly, when that gust stops and we're stable for a different altitude, a different airspeed, sorry. That's when, like we just saw a few minutes ago, things get quite dangerous. We have to go around. We have to recycle the flight directors again. Speed's looking good. Could probably reduce the rate of descent a little bit. Neil, that's some good progress for the evening at Birmingham then. Looks like we've got 2 red, 2 white now. 27 knots still on the wind reading on the nav display there. 28 now. Over the hills, which is where the wind shear comes in. Now it's gone gusting 35. Do you see what happened to the airspeed there? We've all of a sudden added 10 knots to the airspeed, so it's gone to 155. I'm going to try something different this time. I'm going to add an extra 5 knots, so we're going to go for approach speed plus 10 in wind shear. So when that 30 knot headwind drops back to 23 knots or so, and we're going to get that sink, because we're flying too slow, we should, he says, be balanced. We should have enough leeway to assist with us flying this approach safely. Looking more stable, with flaps set, gears down, set as well. Slight little crosswind correction there. Allowing us to fly in a little quicker in this instance, trying to get through the wind shear. If we had a wind shear warning, this would now be it would shout at us wind shear, wind shear. If these gusts change instantly very quickly, it's a mandatory go around.
Traffic Ascot 2205 is 5 miles finals.
I'll try and backtrack quick. Osprey 165's 1 mile final. So there we go, 22 knots. Look at that sink all of a sudden. So a bit of power to counter. As we think we're just about to get 2 red, 2 white again, we're trying to recover that. You've got to be aggressive on these approaches, sadly. There's no neat way of doing it.
200. 100.
Looking to the end. Wowzers.
20.
Holding the flare. Boom. 70 foot per minute. I'll have that. 100 knots, decelerating. See if we can get off in time. 60. No, you don't. Oh dear. Come on, auto brake. Got stuck on then. Not ideal for the guys on finals. Okay, flaps up. And we've managed to get off at Alpha. I'm not sure what the Condor's doing. 98 out of 10, thank you very much. Mykonos traffic, Osprey 165 is vacating at Alpha 1, taxi to gates. APU start. Landing lights off. Runway turn off lights off. And POS light strobe and steady. Ignition modes back to continuous. Probe heat off. And we're going to park at stand 3. Reset master caution, that's the APU for the air conditioning, that's fine. And taxi lights go off now for the taxi in, it's all good, already off. APU's almost ready. God, that was really really hairy on final approach there. Constant adjustments, aggressive adjustments to try and save that approach. My OCD is going to trip if I don't get on the yellow line there. That'll do. Happy days. How are we doing on the APU? Finally got power. APU's on bleed, APU gen, and fuel control levers to shut off. There's somebody on final, so we can actually watch a landing. Look at that windsock, folks. Literally horizontal. So Mykonos is renowned. It's a dangerous airport to fly into in Europe. It's renowned for its volatile wind shear on an almost daily basis. And that's where this gets really fun. It's one of my top destinations in Europe for those of you who like a bit of a challenge. And it's got some great scenery thanks to Contrail as well. Oh, great job, look at that. Kick of the rudder. It's fighting it. I'd call that a success, even though it looks like a crash. He's down in Mykonos, that's the main thing. Heyo, fantastic. Great to hear. Thanks, John, Reese, Matchuk, welcome. Thank you, folks. Badger. Look at that sunset as well. And Osprey has taken over. So we can go to menu, FS actions, ground services, chock set. We can go to air stairs extend. We request stairs to 2 left as well. Doors. Left, forward and aft entry doors. Pop the APU, sorry, the anti-collision lights to the off position. And we can get the folks off. There we go. Bit of a rough go around, but we didn't expect it. We suddenly made it work in the end. But we've had a great flight. Birmingham's Midsummer Madness on the VATSIM network. An annual event which triggered an hour and a half of delays. But actually, we got down with about an hour and 10 minutes in the end. An hour and 20 minutes total delay because of the go around. Thank you to everybody who flew along. I hope you've all enjoyed the route as well. Welcome to all of our new subscribers. All the links for the aircraft and the scenery involved throughout the entire journey today are in the description for today's live stream, and do check out FS Academy for those of you who want to have a bit more of a realistic input to those sort of PPL style flights and things like that. Mykonos, always tricky, always great fun, and we always tend to make it work whenever we do fly. And actually we had less crashes than last time. We usually lose about 2 aeroplanes on final approach. Thank you very much for flying. Hope you enjoy the rest of the weekend. Midsummer Madness continues tomorrow, 10Z to 19Z, though I'm back at work, so if you are looking to join an event somewhere on VATSIM, do check it out. Before you head off, please do hit subscribe down below, and of course don't forget to give the stream a like as well. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, folks. Thank you very much for watching. It's been a great stream. Thank you all for being with us, and I'll see you in a couple of days. Take care. Thanks for watching. See you soon.
Thanks, guys.
Cheers, have a good one.
Mykonos traffic, Cumberland 198 minus 1 163.